No. I mean, all of them, though. Because by the 50s, it was way more misogynistic. And I didn't know that. Don't let him have to search the house for you after or to listen for his advocate and be on TV. And by the way, I have touched it. I have keys. I'll raise it. I want us to be tracked and be on her phone. And be at the door.
Caesarea is keys or the pad.
It should be like that. As I'm walking out, I don't have to stop.
Eric designated it as the primary location.
I grab a drink and a cigarette.
That is unlike Jerusalem, sure. And unlike
don't say I told you something to your husband. How you ever much you feel tempted to. I agree with that, but this is don't say I told you. Like, don't say I told you so to anybody. That's so fucking annoying. Don't be discontented and think your husband not manly because he happens to be short and thin and very not strong. And not very strong manliness is not a purely physical quality. I love that. That's hilarious. Little ass bitches fucking come over to shake it. That's it. Okay, but that's okay. All right. I'm gonna let your husband wear a violet tie.
117. You're going to see there's kind of a trace.
He looks nice, right?
The bottom left of this picture where boats would come in and they would have a safe harbor.
It's okay. If your husband looks good,
the building of
for the fucking Zach Bryan show,
the largest of its day.
Just let him know.
Volcanic ash from the Italian
If he has been successful with his chickens, I don't know. So successful with my chickens.
If
he's been successful with his column to be where his
concrete that could actually dry underwater using this volcanic ash.
Wow.
Elaborate.
Yeah, bro. The girls out there really doing it. This is fucking terrible.
I'm out. Because my first one is the one that, like, that's not. She is.
It surprised me when I came from you. Shut up. Don't talk surrounded by say, but the husband in the picture looks super gay. Look at what she
This
had.
article
Jesus Christ.
cites several outrageous suggestions of emphasis of bills that quote
That's back when it really was a suit.
cross-section that just gives you a sense of the
Don't
land
say
of
your wife
Israel.
wastes time in
Here's
reading,
a,
even if she only reads fiction. That's pretty sucks to see.
as
It's
there's
hilarious. Yeah,
just
yeah.
south of the
Even
Dead Sea,
in certain,
where
certain
this was actually
but
a
this is
place
not
that Herod had
blanket what
deposited,
wives
probably conceived as a metaphor for
don't try to
the
regulate
high
every
journey.
detail. Chris is walking a fine line. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's what you want to do. If she's open to it,
So,
shut up. No, but I'm
dug
saying,
in there, all kinds of
don't we all like
beautiful.
with me?
Look at this map here.
Want to be a boss bitch? Great. Don't be all like
Up there,
my wife.
Valeria,
Don't be.
and on the right is
Don't be all.
Father
I'm saying
naturalization.
women can do whatever they want to, but
The
don't
palace
be
is
in my house. So,
itself.
so don't try to regulate every detail of your wife's life. Even a wife is an individual. This is hilarious. Don't keep all your junk. This is great. Don't keep all your junk for your male friends. Let your wife share that. Oh, okay. You know what? Then how about this? Wipe those tears up. Do it. I mean it as a joke. Yeah. That one's great. And then, you know what? Other one is great. And then on the four wives, put shut up about the fucking tone then.
Much of which was for public benefit and solve the transport as well.
That was great. Sure, yeah.
That's
what you know what's so stupid about that one? You talk differently to different people. No, me. Hell yeah, fucking. I'm quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick and simple. It's quick. And it's do it. It's about fucking just being simple, take a nice little bite. Everybody is. Was
the Talmud.
I disagree with your first point.
Developed
I mean, no, there isn't. But you know what I'm talking about, though. You're not even
brother-in-law Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife,
Talking about dating is
Mariana.
okay, but not in
He
a
was
certain way,
17
though.
years old at the time, and Herod had appointed him to be
Valentine's
the
on animals. I'm saying you're in a public
priest.
weird marriage. Like if he had divorced
So,
her, slapped his
fearing
rock,
the
realized
possible
this man.
rebellion
Right.
of his brother-in-law, he had
Now he's out here now.
drowned
Like, what up,
at
man?
Jericho,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
simply
yeah.
had
It's
a
like,
huge
it's like, you know, the news.
to
Will Smith
commemorate
with
or perhaps
32-year-old
such
such and such.
to
Yeah,
celebrate.
you know what I mean? Then he's like, this is the
First,
first.
Obviously, relations with his wife Mariana, the sister of Elizabeth, who was then downhill for them, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery, and so killed both Alexander and Elizabeth.
I told you,
The
don't feel
murder of
she's
Alexander and Elizabeth may actually be the event with the story of the secretary innocence which
When
is
they were
going
doing Red
on
Table Talk and she was talking about like sucking
but the murder of these two men
true love.
may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible marriage. After murdering his own brother, Rothschild,
Serious for the job. Read the room,
he
Chris.
was ultimately executed, but that occurs very shortly before his death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be his pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and eating Herod had no problem slaughtering. So Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease. Life was equalized. It turned out that was, but Herod was determined that people should not celebrate him. So one of the things that he did, because he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the whole job there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of people to dampen the mood, to make sure that people after his unsuccessful was enraged, and he decided to order the murder of his son. Up until this time, there was a waiting trial for rebellion. He was killed, or changes his will. This is the seventh time he's done so, not surprisingly. He's on killing off his beneficiaries. So we're talking about real ones that series. Luckily for captives in Jericho, Herod Priscilla, you were called, she convinces the guards that her brother had actually all the prisoners, and so perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards released the prisoners right away at the end. And then shortly after, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was this great last architectural site. Herodian, also pronounced Herodian. It is the only building project that he named after himself.
The rest of us. And fucked it up. Because he like a fucking $100,000 production team. He's on top of it.
I know, right? Yeah, no, that is true.
Again,
But
the
what are you gonna do?
gardens in the area of Herod's cultural inclination. This is a view from the
Oh
weather.
yeah, his shit was like
Looking to the gray sky, never a sense of majesty of this was location. Here is the who spent much of his life searching for Herod. Believing it was somewhere. He is it's not a suggestion of the which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself was ransacked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in a conquering war, so we don't have much of rituals from himself, but we do have his great architectural legacy. Of course, we have the blood and long reign in the first century. For today, we're going to be working primarily at the maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with the way in which the land of Israel was divided. And the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all sons of Herod has the first name Herod, but they are it's hard to keep them all straight. So cities. The reason why the land of Israel was divided up in this way and not because he kept dropping off his beneficiaries. As we consider the unrest that would follow, and which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable. Not specifically counts individuals, but to count individuals, like for example, giving a half shekel tax bill. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we can count up the number. And so I see, and then putting even a contemporary period when you need to count the number of people for it. Just the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually assign numbers to rather to sort of a foreshadowing of the major, because the local official in charge was an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, in the end, the Roman authorities decided that Antoninus was not suited for hopefully keep order and the taxes appropriately.
Yeah,
Just
never
famous, certainly the most famous of them, none other than Pontius Pilate. We would return to when we talk about Christianity and next series of chapters, brought into Syria, that was rebuilt through exile. There are a couple other really important elements. Last organization living the culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation. This study of Jerusalem French holidays, as we quite heavily for much of this period, Josephus, but always sourced on one side himself, albeit with so much enthusiasm as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had his Aramaic. Is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of Rothschild. Notice it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit one of the things that we know about this first century, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very careful kind of way. And so it's difficult to unpack it. We will from time to time have some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus. As as Joseph specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees,
Oh, let me just give you a little history. That Annabelle doll, the guy
let's get to it.
and Post Malone was like, okay, they open it up, he touches it. The next day, motherfucker, the next day, his plane crashes. Stay alive. His plane crashes.
Let's explore that in just a minute. They
Goes
were
back in,
that was, as we shall see, pointed
So, yes, that is very
and
weird.
all kinds of things.
I understand about this. Explain it. Explain it.
Picture, by the way, from the
The
10th
world's
day
been around for however long the world.
coincidence
Coincidence touches the haunted stuff. The world been around eventually somebody has to touch a doll across state lines and die. It has to happen. How did it happen? How long is it? Oh, wow.
But they can have a lot of different
How long
names
was
as well.
it going to
That is, in fact, they do overwhelmingly their
First time,
own,
that was the first time Rothschild touched that scary artifact.
of a single
His plane crashed the next day, fell on stage and on tour, and they got a car crash. There has to
So
be,
here you can
y'all
see
gonna think it's fake.
the
No, I know it's
high
not that
priest
it's
of
fake, it's
Gadol,
that the world's been
Aaron,
around,
the first
you think it's
high priest,
coincidence.
wearing
Yeah,
a
I keep saying that, it's every night, it's a cool artist
nothing like
that
what
touches a
the
doll, then
Torah
gets in
or
a
the
plane
Talmud
crash,
describes
then
referred to
gets
as
in a
very
car crash,
and
then
it's
follows her state.
Russian,
It has to
very
happen.
this
It
Greek
has to
style
happen as long
vase.
as that must
like,
have they're hunted, Chris, because they're hunted.
The removal of the ashes. But he was very serious about it, and I really like this image. At any rate, the point here is about
There's too much of a coincidence.
Tom described the Sadducees, and they're from this they took the
That
rise.
has to happen. As
Of
long as
course,
time keeps
is
going, it'll
a
happen.
biblical
It's not
figure.
that the point your face
They
is
wrote
haunted.
it, yeah,
It just happens.
The rabbis of Talmud, however, derived the term Saduki from one of the two tribes of the
I am willing to
so
accept that maybe those
collection of Jewish ethical teachings. Pirkei
No,
Avos is
you're
a
not the
rabbi
guy
who
for the
lived in
job.
the
You're not the
32nd
guy for the
century
job,
before the
man. You're not the guy for the job.
and he had two students, Sadok and Boethus.
No, and this is my thing. I don't
So
understand why
he is famous for a particular
it's
passage
the same
that's
thing like with
quite
things like
fascinating,
aliens.
in which he
Like that.
urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward. Right? In other words, serve God without any,
It's like this,
anticipation
once we started to get
or
cell phone
demand
cameras,
for a
Bigfoot sightings,
payment in return.
You guys don't believe in curses? Like certain families are cursed where like, oh,
Stood him
in
and
mysterious
said,
ways.
well,
Yeah.
all the nature we should do it without God receiving reward. Why? Because there is no reward.
That's so
Teaching
stupid.
was
That's so
especially
stupid.
associated with denying the world and
You know what I
things like
found
that.
that do? I don't
This
normally
is
do
one
this.
of
I'm
the
gonna look at the
crimes
comments because I really don't know.
the Pharisees, we'll see in a second,
You know what the last
and
one
that is particularly with
Well,
regards
now
to their
they're not going to
notion
be.
of life after death.
We
Their
should do.
attitudes
We're
to
never
work.
going to
Now,
do it.
or really about anything else
Go to
that
Zach
happens
Baggett's
then,
Haunted Museum in
historically.
Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple
Go to the
rituals,
basement
but
where
the
people
temple
were murdered
rituals
and it's
were
haunted.
done
And tell
away
me you
with
feel
with the destruction of the
I
temple in 370.
I
There was
ran
no
out of
more
there.
physical
I
anchor for them, no
sprinted
more
out of this museum.
like center of gravity to organize their power, and they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, this resurfaced in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have that going further in the future. But for the time being, we
If no
only
one knows
know
anything
what
about that,
others say about the
if you said
Sadducees,
this was
not only the rabbinic traditions, but also, for example, the
you brought
Christian
10
tradition
people in
has a
there,
fair
you
amount
didn't
of
say
same
anything
as well.
about that this was haunted.
I mentioned that there were two students, Sadok and Boaz. In the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts. But it's really hard to parse out what exactly is one of the Bohemians. What exactly is speaking and my two things. Now, by the way, I should mention that I would like to try and figure out what the Sadducees were, because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud, from the 13th century on, especially the printing of all the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting misprinting. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a figure, there was a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus a early Christian, and they know that this text to the church censor, it will immediately, but maybe they'll have to shut the entire print change things. And they would say, rather than having by arguing with an early Christian, they would say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee, in the sense that the rabbi's teaching the Talmud hopefully would know, yeah, this is actually a replacement. Should read early Christian, but it's actually anymore. And so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for
So everyone just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever. Maybe you don't believe that. But then let me ask you this, Chris.
In a deeper analysis
So
of, for
like
example,
bad,
you'll see
like
that
legit bad people, like
is that
serial
the
killers, not like
Sadducees
terrorists. Those guys are,
were
crazy,
the
right?
older
Legit serial
aristocracy
killers.
that
You
relied
think they're just
on
what?
their
When they say they're
connection
possessed, you
with
think
the
they're just
Hashanayim,
mom was
with
mean
the
to them?
earlier
You don't
Jewish
believe in actual
faith,
evil?
going back to the period of Maccabean
That's
revolt.
what you're saying.
And the
Oh, you're
Bohemians may
you're
have been a
fucking idiot.
sect
Oh,
of, again, aristocracy,
oh, it's fucking idiot day.
priesthood, and so
Oh,
on,
it's fucking idiot
that
day. That's what
began to
you
gain
should have told me. You should
no ideological.
I personally, this happens to humans. And when you start like autism, yeah, when you start getting that, when you start getting, no, it doesn't. Yeah, the things that happen to people, like that's just a thing that happens to people. You know, one of the things that happens to people is they have the desire to kill people. It's meant to stop them. You're thinking like, it's evil. I'm not saying women have no conscious, you can just affect you.
Political environment.
Evil is so you guys are saying it's like autism.
Well, no. We're not saying it's autism. It's
Pharisees.
this is a
And
condition.
now I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active.
There's not some demon coming from hell possessing them. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
sort of lump them all together
So you think
in
people are born
the
that way?
term Joe
You don't think
Stevens' fourth philosophy.
I'm
Not
not
that I
sure
really know
it's nature. I
exactly
think
what
it's
that
both
fourth
nature and
philosophy is.
nurture. I think that,
Never
yeah, I
stopped
think
me
that
from making it
the
before,
evil
however.
that you're talking about is,
But the
somebody who
Josephus,
lets
in
the
his attempt
bad
to
thoughts
try
and
and
shittiness
make
overcome them,
Judaism
and sure, I believe that.
understandable
But that,
to
but I don't believe
his
it's like some
Greek-speaking
superior
Gentile audience,
force
he
or,
uses
you know,
this as
I'm
probably
not saying,
refers to
I am not saying, oh, let's give these serial killers a chance,
a
put them
group
in
of Jews who
kill
essentially
them,
separated from society quite radically. Most likely associated with
I don't know, I don't know shit.
the Dead Sea Scrolls. These are most of them written in Aramaic, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea. Most important
Yeah,
scholars
sure, but there's also word for
is
IB. It's
Professor
all God.
Eliezer Sukenik, who was an archaeologist who
No,
was the first to discover the
saying there
valley
is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
manuscripts which were floating around the black market, and he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that were putting people so
I have
that
no idea. I
sale
don't know.
as
Because
that time.
you can't work something
And
doesn't mean
hear about that. It was interrupted first. Arab was
exactly.
war, the
So
war
what
of
I'm saying,
independence
so what I'm
as
saying,
the reign of
faith
that took place between 1948
the
and
opposite of that would be
1949.
what?
As soon as things
Sure.
began to calm
Right.
down, of
Some
course, there
people
was an
have
armistice
faith
line
in that
that divided the territories, some were not accessible to fancy with archaeological stuff as people began to collect all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the Dead Sea, looking
responsibility.
collectively what appear to be Victoria, where they were used as kind of reading storage rooms, where they were probably hastily abandoned most Roman Jewish war.
Just be like, oh, the evil took him over.
Years. And he discovers that absolutely has every single book has the Hebrew Bible except for one there, the description of the book of Esther. This is, for example, Isaiah. Text that was circulating at the time. Part of Jordanian side, that
Describing something as like
Christianity. Basic documents were dated
evil as a
about
person's evil.
before the Common Era. Evidence during the period of personal training of the settlements of these people. Rather bizarre things that they see the straight to like they had a long 30 personal traits that
Practices and
closer
exercises.
to the side priests and priests in general have to know for certain temple. These rules, of course, are mainly Pharisees, but this period in particular
Work out like
including, replication of these other certain sites well outside the good idea. Everyone was like shovel and how they care of the business themselves. Going to go see defecation was forbidden. Hard to imagine that they actually did that and lived like that. That adds to the kind of confusion about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. Went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment. I have not had much time. Christians are very small.
You're gonna breathe up there. You have to breathe down. actual.
Little fellow.
God damn it. Dude. God damn it. My mom will be like, that's not important. All the time. What's my pin? I forget my pin everywhere to fucking every login. That's important. Absolutely insane. You know what? I'm afraid it's, you know, I'm grateful for.
The best people I know, they just came about.
Right.
So I don't know if I believe that.
In a way, I suppose it does. I mean, the more positive you get out there, the opposite of that is it demons are possessing us.
Yes, it is. What you're going to attract. That's what you're going to do. Evil acts. Same way if you do it.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, if someone is a super heterosexual, never stops taking it in the ass and taking it in the mouth at the same time, he's doing a spinner. He's a spinner. Yeah.
There's a Mother Teresa, and then there's the opposite of Mother Teresa.
Yeah. It would, yeah. I mean, dude, I don't think only fans is you know, gravity and the evil that well, yeah, but it's right. Yeah, so this is crazy right here. Like this is it. If this is true, which I saw this headline because I know they in a few hours, right? And this is from subscribers that were 12 1 or 18 birthday organization. So my whole question is, when did she make the contact? Okay, this is a different thing. This isn't the same as like a girl she's some girl on the street is like, oh, I start an OnlyFans. So also she got 5,000 from subscriptions, right? And then she got messages. 14 million of them are being
same thing with this, but it's no different like with the US, the 1%. The rest of them are making shit. So that's the same thing as OnlyFans. We see her, we see that Catch Me Outside girl.
I love you for that. I appreciate you. I don't know what you say.
Scriptures, albeit Christianity, is depicted in the Gospels as having intense debates with Pharisees. The arguments on the street, don't intense because they don't really care about nearly as much. But let's leave that for aside. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to comport with the idea that the Pharisees are in fact the early rabbis. So what did these rabbis believe in? They definitely cared very much about temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees from time to time are forced to consider the opinions of the Pharisees with regards to the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules, the halakha, of how the temple rituals should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules at their peril, in fact. Not only from, as we read in the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement, because it's very clear from Josephus in particular that the Pharisees had a very significant base in the larger population. Jews tended to look to the Pharisees as being legitimate bearers of spiritual fire. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai, we mentioned earlier, and Bigmas Ish Sofo, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were only recorded later, but based on very strong oral tradition. The Pharisees essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to God and the world, and the metaphysical that we would Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of the Jewish encounter with God by looking at the diaspora in the movie itself. So, we're looking at period that
Check it out. All your toys. What'd you say his name was? Travis? That's Travis Walton. He's a guy that got abducted allegedly by some sort of a UFO in the 1970s. And the story was so crazy that it became a movie to a book. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know if he's telling the truth, but it's very compelling. He doesn't seem like a liar. He's been telling the exact same story for 40 plus years. I think he's telling the truth. Yeah. I don't know anybody. There's gotta be someone. There's gotta be someone that's like, a story up, and then generally when people lie about stuff, they'll lie about a bunch of stuff, especially something that crazy. They took me aboard a UFO and fixed me. So this is the story. The story was these guys were all loggers in Arizona, and so they're driving down this logging road, and they see some crazy light in the sky, and it goes into this area. They pull off the side of the road, and they walk towards it, and there's this disc that's like hovering, this glowing disc. He walks towards it, and he got real close to it, and he got hit with a beam of light. He falls back, and that's also what looked like the hard depiction of it, what these guys saw. It's this beam of light, and they take off. They're like, they jump back in the truck and take off. He's lying on the ground. And they get like 5 minutes away. They're yelling at each other, we gotta go back, we gotta go get them. They're scared. They said, okay, let's go back. So they go back, they go get their friend. He's gone. So 5 days later, there's a man on forum, nobody can find him. 5 days later, walks into town. He's fully doesn't look like he's starving to death, doesn't look like he's in the woods. Looks like just like a normal day. And he tells this story. The story that he abducted. They took over this craft and fixed his body. There was a beam of light that came out of the ship. When they repaired it, they communicated telepathically while they were on the ship. I forget all the details of it, but this is the film. This is supposedly what he said the experience was like. He said it was terrifying. And he described, I think that's crazy, is that they all describe the exact creatures. They describe these people that get abducted. People that have had UFO experiences, anybody that's had direct contact. There's that movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I saw that movie, The Fourth Kind. What's that one? Is that the production one? I think that comes get you. Yeah, it's like, second base. First take time, like his friends that left him. Yeah. I mean, they saw it. Yeah. So they all have the same story. It has to be real. I don't think they're gonna convince these guys. Probably not, but maybe it could. It's like, it's not impossible. It's not like it's like breathing underwater. That's impossible, right? Flapping your wings to the top of the cliff and you fly away. That's impossible. Keeping alive is possible. It's not likely. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. One of the reasons why it doesn't make sense is Travis and one of the guys in the truck had gotten into a fist fight that same day. They didn't like each other. They hate each other. They're workers. They're just workers. You know, logging is hard. You get hard, man. Hard motherfuckers, man. My friend Evan, his whole family is from loggers. And they're just, he's like that for the rest of your life. Just hard, man. Doing this shit in the 60s and 70s, carrying on. They fucking didn't get along. The fist fight that day. So why laugh? Why was laughing? Exactly. They don't want to bend over. They don't need to lie. They're savages. Hey, did your friend get any money from that movie? What friends? Friends. Is that his friends? Yeah, that's a good question. There be a reason why. But the movie was a long time after the actual event. What year was the movie, Dave? 93. And this happened when? 70s. There's no way. Bro, hey, Dave, now you're getting paid. I got a J.B. Cooper line. Who was the guy that was the actor? get wanted by the FBI? Yes. Yeah, like a top 10 wanted. Yeah, he stole a bunch of money and then hijacked an airplane and then jumped out of the airplane with the money. And then he died, like they found the body on the airplane. Right?
What
It
about
was like a mysterious. It's a mysterious. Yeah, yeah. Oh shit. You never heard that story? Nah. It's an interesting story, but the area the guy skydived into was heavily wooded, and the problem with that is if you're a skydiver, you're in a parachute, and you go into a heavily wooded place, you gotta land in the trees. Yeah, and then you're just like, yeah, which is cutting your still loose. Also, cutting your. What if you're 30 feet out? Yeah, what if you fall? Yeah. Why don't we hear about the problem? Well, you do. Somebody thinks Cooper's perfect. This is just a brief. Okay, D.B. Cooper's the mom given to the skyjacker, a dapper, dark-haired priest who called himself Dan Cooper. The mystery man passed a flight attendant a note while on a northwest Airlines flight in Oregon bound for Seattle with a bomb in his briefcase, which opened to show large tangled wires and red sticks. Landed in Seattle, the man became known as D.B. Cooper. Passengers in exchange for a mountain of parachutes. The plane took off with several crew members aboard, bound for Mexico City. Orders. Wow, so he just made them fly him somewhere with a briefcase. 10,000 feet above Seattle and Reno, jumped from the back of the jetliner with a parachute and the ransom money. Into history. The case for like the man. Like he just took off and like 20 minutes in, he's like, I don't know. Yeah, Las Vegas curveball told it because they're going to make it. Yeah, but the thing is, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest? Have you ever been to the woods up there? Not in the woods, but I've seen them from tips. That's how it's described the trees up there. Like they're really close to it. There's not a lot of open space up there at all. It's all just trees. And then here's the other problem. If you do find a spot to live, where are you? You can walk for days in any direction and not find shit. Nah, I think you planned that part. I don't know. That's some of the whole things that happen. I'm like, I'm fucking bomb. I'm like, I'm telling them, I got a fucking bomb. I want some money. I want some fucking parachute. I'm gonna get the money. And I'm just gonna parachute this thing. It sounds like what? Yeah. So, I think for a like, if it was sober, I think it's genius. I think he's a sober genius. You're going 5 miles an hour and you're gonna jump. So I want you to imagine that. So here you're going 5 miles an hour and you jump. Where you're going 5 hours and you perform 10,000. Crazy wild suit. Yeah, he was definitely on Oxy for sure. They gave that to him. Oh yeah, man, that's a great Norman Moore, right? It's all about like the most meth way. So he was the Nazi hero, but no, every book cover on the big old different side now. Wow, you gotta know what they were thinking, right? People who shouldn't read it. That's the book. That book is great. So they were all on that. Well, Hitler was definitely on oxycodone. He was on a bunch of shit. He had a doctor. It's a really good book. You should read it. It's very interesting. How are they're actually government would give out. What's it called? So this permanent stuff was essentially an over-the-counter. But a few Middle Eastern nations are still producing it. And how about hooking up with a little uniforms? different people. Their hands out the top of the tank. She says the U.S. military distributed an estimated 200 million amphetamine pills to soldiers during World War II. That's important. You got amphetamine. Get this shit. When we grew up, I went up to like World War II there for like a pint, like torches. I don't think they do it that way. I think they were taking the pills, just do like the Mario. Just crush some of the pills up, put it on the table, maybe they'll start it. I learned a lot when I'm here. I feel like a lot of you guys. User and it is conducive to addiction. What about gunpowder makes it better? So we're using it to expect the civil war. Wow. Ferguson concluded that World War I could not have been fought without alcohol. We've got a choice between alcohol and amphetamines like lectures on history. David, Dan Carlin. What was he doing lectures about? I don't know. I was watching him, but I was like, on the way here, on the way here, the driver was like, yeah, man, the other day we drove an Irish car. nutrients that your body needs. The routine isn't nice to switch up a little. Well, here we go. After 15 years, introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. And still daily, one flavor fits all.
There you go.
Honestly, the best part is that anything that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science along because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today / Joe Rogan or head Master Roundup. Okay, and what is this deal? So I was watching this video where you explained like what led to World War II. Why World War II was to understand. Because I can be distracted, but it sounds so like sophisticated. What are you talking about? Don't go back to that. We just need to understand how to manage the human body. Manage the body. Manage your brain and body. The mind does a lot. Minor interpretation. But we need to figure out a way to keep people aggressive, keep people great, keep people stealing resources, and curb some of the worst aspects of human nature. And I think, it's just everybody, like mandatory mushrooms, mandatory
all across the
and afterwards, I'm it's like an adult vaccine. People being there's no cure. Well, we need to guide a larger percentage. And that, like, worldwide, with this the only other way is AI in a way that might save us more because obviously, AI has some scary shit. I don't know if it's real. I saw the video. I don't know when it was shot. Because I think it's now I'm watching. Well, it's the same kind of thing that you have to do because if you don't do it, your enemy's going to do it. If your the idea is that America does not we're the best. We're the best option right now. It's the best way to work in terms of like your freedoms, having as much freedom as possible. Have this combination of freedom of speech, First Amendment, Second Amendment. There's a lot of rights that we have in this country that are just different than the whole rest of the world. I think it's the best way to do it. And we like to think of ourselves as being the most benevolent of all the superpowers. We're the best ones. The other ones are evil, the communists, the run by dictators. We're trying to, like, that's why we're free Trump being a dictator. We don't want any dictators. So first pure developed the nuclear bomb. We dropped a couple of them. Said, now back the fuck off. We're done here. Germany developed the atomic bomb first, and nuked Britain and nuked America, and just went on a nuking spree for wicked ever. You see that? Atomic bombs were tested after that. I'm learning more and more about that. Altitude detonations. So they were detonating miles above Earth. They did a bunch of them. Detonated a bunch of times. And they didn't even know they were just experimenting, testing. There's a bunch of shit they did so wild. You know, John Wayne did a movie on the desert near where they built bombs out there. Like the clouds did, like all the rules of shit that never happened before. There was no meltdowns yet. There was no anyone had contracted cancer with something dubbed an archaeo radioactive picture. Controversy surrounding the film location and subsequent health issues. Point of discussion and debate amongst historians. Apparently, the amount of bombs that they did was King's Con movie. Was it the King's Con movie? Oh, it's a piece of shit. It's that movie right now. It has to be a zero. It's so bad. It's John Wayne playing a Mongolian, which is the craziest thing of all time. The ultimate whitewashing. He's doing Mongolian face, and he talks like there's 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. Apparently, Boris Johnson, the worst conqueror, and look how hot she is. She's like completely European, Lebanese girl. This guy's so stupid. Yeah, fall off the horse. Look how hot she is. He just took her clothes off. Look for his heel. Look how right nation. So this is.
They are record stars flashing out. They are actually to lay out what are the rights and privileges of the Jews.
It's the dumbest movie ever. I think John Wayne cancer. It's so bad. Like how bad is that movie? Women always talk about how like when they were trying to trash everyone. Yeah, and they were like, oh, charters are the only woman working is like a girl. She is like the first. What is she like? The director or something? Like first movie there. She doesn't, he doesn't level up until Rabbbi unlocks her potential. Like, oh, like we need a man. But it's like, bro, women, not that movie. I mean, yeah, she got hit pretty hard. But if you think about it, there's a movie about like, oh, Genghis Khan conquered anything so much. Like, the best thing he conquered was the woman. Like, really? You know what I mean? The woman's always like the main prize of it. So whether we get it, it's just fun. There's enough women everybody. I feel, women. Yeah, but they're not the same. Here's the thing. For women, I think the number is women to 20% of men. So like 100% of the women out there are only attracted to 1% of the men. That kind of makes it fun, 50%. Yeah, but if you're not, you're not just going for it. And there's more of those dudes that are in the 80% now than ever. People right now currently that so that are not having any sex and not by their choice. They're higher now. They've been in a long time. People are always celibate. Something like that. Stop making excuses. What do you do for actual autistic people? I feel like probably a lot, but I think there's like what do you call it, like Apache or whatever. Where you're like, I'm 1A. I'm 1A autistic. Yeah, I'm kind of, it's like, so I think if you come up on the spectrum, somebody has to be in there, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, or like, whatever, but like, you can be just like wake up, play video games, go do stuff on you don't want to do. Like, I want to shake that guy's hand. I'm just like, autistic. Yeah, like, just look at the person in the face. Don't look at people. Like, I feel like a lot of, and maybe it's because the way I grew up, I think I just would have got smacked in the back of the head. I think I would have smacked the autism out of just knows how your brain works. I see it knows how you guys in this should be. What's the difference between what's the difference between like communication.
century.
Well, they call it spectrum. Like spectrum. Okay. Where? Like spectrum. Is like upgraded autism. It's like autism is too risky. You can, yeah, if they knew. I think you was also as like average. I'm actually high functioning. See what it says. What is it? It says versus diabetes. So where was it from? Graphic and title and University. They took 3 people at Virginia. Yamanaka. Were tested for safety in animals in June of 2023. The team tried isolates into a woman's abdominals. The new approach has put cells in the abdomen that can monitor them with an MRI and remove them if necessary. The operation took less than 30 minutes. At the time, eliminating dangerous spikes. That's crazy. But this is yes, practice. Practice if you want to know diabetes. I guess I should probably wait until they like more patients, right? It's like the first round. Oh, so you have to carry 3. Yeah, and since you've been doing that, yeah, I'm tired of it. It dodges, like, how did I not read that correctly? It dodges production, which is durable through 1 year. Follow goes to word of reduction in exogenous use, meaning reduction in daily insulin use by 92%. So they still have to take a little bit of insulin. So I bet this is something that you could probably do more than one time. Yeah. Insulin reduction says 83% of them don't require insulin at month 12. That is 83% of all people they tested didn't require insulin a year later. We'll find out. We'll ask her for it. I've heard people say things like that before. Like, if I fix this, maybe I won't be funny.
This guy sucks.
I feel like I'm there right now. Yeah, but I don't know if I can. That's the thing. This is a great book. You can keep this. Sorry. I thought that was the war. We have piles of. Oh yeah, Rothschild gave me a whole box of them. That's a book that will help you a lot because it's basically just about that. Their book is just about overcoming this resistance that people have to work. It's hard. It's hard to make yourself work. You know? Well, like I have this thing where like I can't help but to like obsess on a subject and lose a lot of interest in another subject or other subjects. But like I choose what I like. You know, like learn this, learn how to do that. I don't know in terms of like repairing stuff, but yeah, I can put and so then you gotta drop an LS and feel like Formula One is like you know, it's sustainable. They have all these such intelligent engineers working on these cars. They feel like this is the exact opposite. Oh, dude, you're doing some real cars. You LS swapped an R34 GT. That's more like it's just sitting in the car. We had like, click on that. Those are legendary. Oh, yeah. You got to deal with that car. They're hard to get, man. They couldn't import it to the United States until like 25 years after the production line. So there were people had done shit like that before. I went to the whole shit of buying
which is kind of a Soviet integration that Japanese was to do work and kissed him. The commentator Rashi, which I'll translate, and basically Rashi says that this kissing was not
it's like a cardinal sin
as one right imagine well, based on how the presents to Jacob after
that's an argument for GTT.
the father. And Rashi brings down the commentary as on his show by the time saying, Allah Bahid Yadua, based on this is a well-known law that based on Jacob. Particular phrase right? Esau represented certainly the Roman Empire because in that's often a short word itself has a tremendous distaste for Jacob as a hatred. Maybe true on theological
takes to Nissan.
But when it was said, it was sharply pointed out that whether that's horsepower super lightweight was according to tradition, where Rabbi Shimon had to hide out in a cave for 12 by Cutler rebellion. Rabbi Shimon master was a great rabbi at Cuba.
That's great. Good job, Brady. Get your shit together.
Spent 12 years hiding in a cave, and his statement on the road was, unless they don't do it, it's a well-known law that Esau hates Jacob. Certainly, for specific periods of anthropomorphism. By the way, I may use the term anti-Semitism anachronistically. This is a term that was invented in the Israelite society. So using the term anti-Semitism, I'm not a Jew hater. I am simply someone who is an anti-Semite. I am against the fictitious philosophy of Semitism that
designed entirely for reason. That's a crazy car you can get.
So
the
basic
last time we went
is
for
ancient
Corvette. So Corvette
xenophobia,
has the
which we see
2CR1
primarily in the Greco-Roman world,
it holds
where
the
there
record,
is a
right?
fear of that which is different or strange.
It holds the record in basically
Said as
every
the
single
strange
track
or
that's ever
phobia
entered.
approaching fear. So we kind of like a massive corpus of Roman and Greek writings about Jews that which they express antipathy, often rooted in misunderstanding of Jewish customs such as keeping kosher, observing the Sabbath, and things like that. But on the whole, that kind of cultural friction is common to all cultures. Whether we like it or not, it's perfectly normal for culture A to express some hesitation, fear, distrust of culture B, especially if there are also more obvious issues. That's just part of the human condition. But you get to the second level, early Christian anti-Judaism begins to be fatal. Because, as we shall see in this lecture, split between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism. That is just nothing like each other. It is one culture seeking to define itself in opposition to a parent culture. And just like that family metaphor can be fraught with all kinds of really deep psychological tensions, so too is this early Christian anti-Judaism representing a lot of those tensions. Then, I'm not going to discuss these too much today, but basically, the medieval period goes off the rails. It becomes quite pathological. It uses a lot of its religious character much more, all kinds of crazy shit. Finally, when you get to the 1st century onward, so it says with someone uncomfortable with the car, basically abandons all of its religious motivation and is more characterized by a fear, a rational fear that Jews are involved in some kind of global conspiracy to control the banks, to control the media, to control governments, things like that, all of it on dominating Western society or global society. So these are the four basic phases of anti-Semitic thought as we
psychopath
today.
get
Period two,
engineered the car,
because
and these guys are
that's the
breaking
historical era that we recently was very fortunate to spend
and I drove the car. I drove that Sierra when it's the best car I've ever driven in my life.
James Carroll
I've driven a lot of cars.
We were both invited by an organization called Blue, which is sort of like it's an international society that around the globe organizes Shabbat meetings, these Sabbath gatherings, just to explore Jewish texts and cultures and ideas. And it's really quite fascinating. Now, James Carroll is a fascinating individual, a very articulate person, an extremely talented writer, international book award, all kinds of called Constantine. So comes to the story with a very personal of a challenge anti-Semitism, and other issues. Say that still remains a member of the church, but it's almost Ford is a remarkable, very worth reading, that essentially the history of the church as a Jew, but also the history of James Carroll in the period immediately after the medical and the experience he had with the launch for the first time, a group of friends who would come together to rebut Islam. He came to call that a healing circle, where together with friends of the person who passed away, they would tell stories, share memories, and together they would support each other in their faith. They kind of like create a collective memory of that person, some of which was later from an individual person who shares pieces that inform each other's lives and so on. Essentially what was happening that his early followers trying to understand what could this cataclysm mean, what could it mean that hunger among them, what would they do with this new type of yourself, because with the destruction of the temple, everything was turned upside down. Jews had invested for 500 years all of their spiritual efforts into that one structure, into the rituals that happened there, and although there were already functioning synagogues, local houses of worship, clearly far subordinate to what would it mean now that capitalism, the Jewish people, allowed the temple to be destroyed by the Romans? What is the future of Judaism? So James Carroll argued that essentially this is when we begin to have an intellectual bifurcation. Jews who follow such a group of Jews who were not really part of Jesus circle. Jews who are not part of mainstream Jews at the time. Guys who invest with rabbis, as we were just saying a few minutes ago, as a very the loss of their religious yearnings to God, and ultimately that would become the Judaism that we've enjoyed for the last 2,000 years. On the other hand, the followers of Jesus said, no, the destruction of the temple means all of that is oriented for this new type of environment that is meant to teach us Jesus. So this was all happening within a Jewish framework. The first three were written during the first 20 years or so of the destruction of the temple, between 70 and maybe 90 scraps a little bit later. So each other more or less laid them out and prepare a bank. There are places where they diverge from each other. So really synaptic also,
First one, you have to mash
you
it up to trash it.
have the phrase because
There's always a problem with that front end.
all three books together, only 16 references.
Like, what is it, like,
The fourth gospel,
down,
by St. John,
helps him to have the front
much later,
that's the only place it can make a difference, because when you're
coding
coding up,
by 70 less months. And I think it's very clear to see just from this one statistic how things have changed.
I'm pretty sure
From
it's
the
gonna
gap
like,
from the gospel and the gospel of John. That the synoptic gospel thing, it's made within Jewish circles. For you, they are after all us. They're after all the same people who are worshiping Jesus. But by the time you get to John, and all anchors on.
what the goal
One,
ridiculous
listening in. Just the martyr who was himself martyred by the Romans and Steve and Angel. Martyr, both lived around the same time as his thoughts
Oh, that is cool.
dialogue with Triple. There are some scholars
so bad.
Only they maintain in order to provide
Like as a show, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60.
famous figures at events.
So either way, yeah, I would say that's 100 miles over.
That the soldiers are doing this to fulfill a much earlier statement in the Jewish scriptures that affirm
Fuck that CEO. He sucks dick.
that affirm Jesus. Text. This is a phenomenon called prefigurement, which largely reads the Hebrew scriptures.
What are these people saying about me? Hey, DJ Boss, what's your IG? How about this? No one gives. Burning on, burning. Burn dog. Turn out the day. Turn out the night.
in scripture and by large of the times used as their presence, the rest of these texts can be used later
Bitch.
putting in place those life preservers.
Look at this athleticism. It's really impressive. Delete. Turn out the day. Turn out the night. Come on. I'm burning for you. Be of the day. Turn up the night. Forever fight. What? Burning for Jews. Look at this move. You want to go, dogs? Get this move, dog. I hate when Joe Rogan has people on and he's the one who's talking. It's like dogs should be. How about? Really? Why not? He'd be like, "What are you gonna tell me about?" I would be like, "Not this shit, cool shit." Like when I fart. Really? It's disgusting, dogs. But I'll be like, "Dude, you wanna hear about this Genghis Khan biography I listened to like 17 times straight? Yo, dog, you want to hear about Fire the Kid?" And we're like, "Yeah, dude, that'd be cool." They're like, "Okay, well, it's like the worst podcast ever." Really? Isn't it? Dog. In the annals of history, it will be up there with the worst podcast ever. 12 years of bullshit.
a huge number of sort of idolatry that runs to a baseball game where they play the national anthem. Who is accused to stand up? Like, as you know, Jews have nothing against Rome, nothing against Roman Empire, stuff like that. They just refuse to worship that. Christians were considered basically Jews. They all get
its trademarks to
we
promote
have
his
another
motives.
of those people.
It added that Pleats tarnish the
Then all of a
reputation of
sudden, we're all
Ferrari.
saying, well, sorry, they
Come to
accepted
this in
religion.
Miami.
So that's very, very important in the formation of
That's crazy.
Christian cultural
That's a
memory,
lot of money.
that Christians
Because if
were,
we had $352,000
yes, they sent to fight in the gladiatorial against animals.
Yo, girl. You know who Rabbi is? Yo, girl.
So you know what, let's accept the same kind of exemption that given to Christians as well, which represents
I like your clip.
Jewish status.
Your clips are great. I don't know about your chat, if that's my thing. But your clips, girl, are fire. Really? Oh, dog. This bitch's clips were fire, folks. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism. You guys want to see something athletic? Look at this move. This is. Look at this move. And then look at this move.
I mean, you always see like back to like old rap videos, but like an actual Ferrari. That's a good question.
Damn,
He got in
boss.
trouble too, right? Because he had a rap on his. They sued him as well, right?
Taking baddies for a ride. That's what I do, baby.
In the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the webpage Safaria, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And 3.
Ice Poseidon.
Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazi pronunciation, that would be Japheth. Japheth has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great grandson of Noah, decline. That's the way that we have it. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenazi of a people, a lineage of people from one forefather Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. Look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection, and the lineage that follows from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincident geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words,
Somebody comment.
the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob generations after Noah have Ashkenaz.
Oh no, this guy's back.
Another way, I am
Oh fuck, he's back, baby. Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
And I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically.
How many fucking clips of this bitch do I have?
Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews.
Oh, cool, girl. You said my name.
That was associated with.
Oh, girl, that was hot. Same shit. Different hemisphere. That should be their thing. Hey, welcome to Adelaide. Same shit, different hemisphere. Poop fingers. You're banned from chat? Well, fuck yourself. Douche. Snubs. Let's see that bitch. Bitch, take that shit off. Dog. Look at this. Dog. He's gonna give me that car. He talks about that car all the time. And I'm gonna be like, all right, cool, dog. Let's race it and fucking look at this move. This is not president.
Would, of course, take the Jews into exile. Jews 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise a standard of Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up forces like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia.
It'd be true if just clips.
Which has the descendants of Ashkenaz living.
No clips of their hard, bitch.
So, if we have a look at where that might be in the 18th century, a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later. Here is an interesting map.
So don't do that.
Roughly that period.
Just
See right in the center is
everything
latitude
is
northeast in this circled area. That's where Babylonia would be. Right? Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct, and the Egyptians that would come down and attack
Dude,
according
what
to
comes off with the
Jeremiah
system?
would be in Asia Minor here. Right of the circle, there's a mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the for Ashkenaz, but they're not that strong. Some of the earliest defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include we go in the 19th century scholar Paul Krauss. He suggests that they actually came to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elba. Rose really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is
Dog, I don't want to answer your stupid questions.
Totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss
Go to
that
rules
in
page.
the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with
Waiting room.
Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim. The Jews start referring to themselves Nazi, which is around the 12th century. They're basically talking about the Rhineland that was earlier. They speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. Later, that's what happened to those Ashkenazi Jews. They basically spread out a population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz, and then in Jews to western locations, and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazi, and their descendants today, of course, are Jews. So we're going to explore this in detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Khazar question and be able to join us, because it's really exciting to having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this portion of the Ashkenazi lectures. Please reserve. Thanks very much for watching.
Let me in this bitch.
That's how they come up.
also have a Mustang, and neither one of them has any problems like that. They're immediate response. Try it, compare it to your other cars. Pull out the GTR, pull out the Tesla. Pull out the Tesla's very different than all of them because it's instantaneous. It's no gears. It's one gear. Things don't have that. I think it's a bad driver. Yeah. The Mustangs are just it's not even a GTR. It's turbocharged. It's a different thing. Okay, the Mustang is 5 liters, so it's a V8. It's a Coyote engine. So like yeah. Maybe it's just one of those reactions. I don't know, man. I'm thinking there about Mustang. Just that they personally bought one person. I don't think I have that. I'm collecting. I'm trying to get out of I don't think you're collecting data. I think you're talking about anecdotal experiences from making it and tell me what the time was for the whole time. It's mine's a normal one. It's Shelby. So Shelby, North America, they take a regular. I still want the data joke. I want you to give me the data. Give me the what is it? What do they call them? Tractions. They track everything for you. It's like a app. Oh, okay. You can put this little thing in your computer. My relationship this is actually
Yo, dog. What up, pal? How you living, pimp? What these people have to be like? This is the worst platform ever. As a comedian, fucking Sid lives on 6. No one gives a shit. Dude, who else? I don't know. Thing. Genghis Khan. I don't think about the people's profile. Enoch Powell. No one knows who that is. Idi Amin. Go to my air. Nobody wants to hear that bullshit about it. I've been terrible. What's so terrible? History's most famous. You know you love that shit.
It is the 10th of January 1870.
Yo, dog, why don't you calm the fuck down?
A 30-year-old businessman and his part incorporate the Standard Oil.
That bitch took over the world. That bitch is more powerful than countries.
Company's founder is, for better or worse,
Come
one
on,
of the men in the history of the United States, and indeed the world. His name, D. Rockefeller.
First billion.
The man into history as John Rockefeller was born John Davison Rockefeller in the small town of in New York State. The Rockefellers arrived when Johann Peter Rockefeller and his term, a euphemism for his habit of making fake medicines from herbs in his mother's garden. Supposed medicines, money at usurious rates to poor farmers, often with the specific aim of later pay him back. In 1836, while he met Eliza Davison and with his wild tales. Beautiful but named Nancy Brown. Eliza Rockefeller was the youngest daughter child after taking a pill sold by a man claiming was accordingly quite suspicious of his daughter's disappeared quack doctor. And over the next 2 years, Bill would welcome to each wife and mistress, a daughter named Lucy, and a son named John, the future oil magnate. Nancy gave birth to 2 girls, Petite Nancy, and the 2 women maintained cordial relations during William's often her parents with her 2 illegitimate daughters in tow. Following their departure, Eliza gave birth to another
primarily and then later in Eastern Europe,
where her husband often in the 1840s in the Arabia and helped build the foundation of the local school.
at what I hope higher
He
level
considered India was soon required labor around the world.
in Central Europe.
The boys were given adult responsibilities at as young as 9 or 10 years old, were often expected to contribute to the household finances by finding work. John attended the school established. Although he was exceptionally bright, he had a natural aptitude for mental arithmetic. He was otherwise a quiet, introverted boy's peers, but he was patient. When playing chess or checkers, he would take his time considering every move, which frustrated his opponents and caused mother, who had much time was over the years to reflect on her. Bill Rockefeller, local Baptist church. The 1840s was a time of economic and territorial expansion. John T. Rockefeller, the entrepreneurial spirit characteristic of the age. As a boy, he bought candy from the store by the pound, divided it into smaller portions, fishing, and entertaining them at home by singing songs and playing the violin. While the family experienced anxiety while Bill was away, he would return with Jane. He was taught how to sell quality wood for the family house. As a businessman, Bill negotiated aggressively with potential customers. At the same time, he generally offered generous wages to his workers. Being indicted for sexual assault in 1949, Bill Rockefeller left Moravia and in spring 18 near the Pennsylvania. It may have been around this time he saw John and his brother William in Brownsville, Ohio. The Rockefeller boys resumed their education at the higher school in nearby Cleveland. As American settlers moved towards the Pacific, encouraged by the discoveries of gold in California, the country was sharply divided on the question of slavery. In his school essays, Rockefeller Mark Hanna, who would later become Republican Party boss and Senate 55. On the eve of his graduation, his father abruptly asked him to drop out of school and find a job. The unwelcome news was connected to the double life that Bill Rockefeller was now living. For several years, he had taken his traveling doctor act across the frontier into Canada, and in 1852, he met and fell in love with 17-year-old Margaret Allen from Ontario. While courting the teenager, Bill conveniently neglected to mention the presence of his wife. College, John began looking for employment. He made a list of all the businesses he wanted to work for and visited them. After several weeks, he had no luck, and his father suggested that he could always join him roaming the morning and often did not return home. In work at Hewitt and Tuttle, Rockefeller began keeping track of his personal expenditures in a red notebook he christened Ledger A. The book shows that as soon as he started earning money, Rockefeller was making donations to charitable causes. By 1859, he was giving away 10% of his income, and while he favored Baptist causes, also gave money to blackjacks and helped two African-American slaves buy their freedom. He taught at Sunday school at the Erie Cleveland and led the congregation in singing hymns. He also used his financial acumen by raising $2,000 to pay off a demanding creditor. Rockefeller found no contradiction in faith and his design, and as a rich man, he would credit God for making him well. Downturn in 1857, Bill Rockefeller was making good money too, and decided to build a large house in downtown Cleveland to bring his first family under a single roof for the first time in several years. While Bill funded the project, John was left in charge of supervising it and paying the contractors. John's success in managing the project seems to have convinced Bill that he was now capable of being head of the family, and Bill went to live permanently with his second wife in Philadelphia. Although he would occasionally reappear in John's life over the decades, there is an irony to the fact that the rapacious father detached himself from his first family just as his son was embarking on a journey that would make him the richest man in the world, and how much money one would soon make. Bill would doubtlessly have hung around to try 57 after junior partner Henry Tuttle left the firm. Rockefeller was promoted to chief bookkeeper, $500 a year, considerably below Tuttle's salary of $2,000. After being given a modest increase to $600, he began trading commodities on his own account. As the pay dispute dragged Gone. Rockefeller English friend Morris B. Clark, from 1858, with each partner investing 2,000 capital in the business. Rockefeller managed to save half the sum, which was forced to take a loan of $1,000 from his father at 10%. The partnership proved a profitable venture, netting $4,400 in its first year and $17,000 in its second. However, the volatility of the commodities trade and the need for cash flow to pay suppliers compelled Rockefeller to seek more loans from his father, who often recalled the debt at inopportune moments. Rockefeller's habit of making risky deals, which paid off handsomely, set him at odds with the more conservative Clark. In April 1859, shored up its capital by bringing in George Gardner, a former colleague of Clark's, who hailed from one of the leading families in Cleveland and would later serve as its Rockefeller understandably slighted when Clark unilaterally changed the name of the firm when Gardner bought a yacht with 3 friends and invited him on a sailing excursion one Saturday afternoon. Rockefeller believed that such indulgences would undermine the firm's ability to access credit. Eventually, though Gardner withdrew from the partnership in late 1862, the firm reverted to Clark and Rockefeller. Rockefeller's timing was opportune to begin setting out on a business career, as the United States of America was about to embark on a period of immense expansion and economic growth. Firstly, the country was expanding swiftly, with the end of the Mexican-American War and the inception of the California Gold Rush in 1848, having led to the opening of the American West. Mass migration of millions of people from Europe, where overpopulation was a growing problem, on the new steamships from the 1840s onwards, also created a population in 1850, was around 23 million people. It reached 50 million people around 1880, 75 million around the turn of the century, and would reach 100 million for the first time in the mid-1910s. This huge explosion in the domestic labor market and the market for domestic production facilitated the emergence of new businesses and tycoons. On top of this, the U.S. was just beginning to enter into a period of more pronounced industrialization. And mass industrialization, when its colonial empire was taken into account, would play into hands. Its heavy coal had been used to fuel the American individuals who become enormously successful in business. Rockefeller, but his timing was also very fortuitous and contributes substantially to his success. In November 1860-year-old Rockefeller voted in a presidential election and casted for Abraham Lincoln, the Republican candidate. With the Democratic Party split between northern and southern factions, election by carrying the northern anti-slave states to secede and form the Confederate States of America. April 18th, claimed that he wanted to serve the Union cause and was wounded twice. Option to north-south trade during the war benefited the east-west trade via Cleveland. Rockefeller and his business partners profited handsomely. With the profits from his commodity trading partnership, Rockefeller now entered the nascent oil industry. During the 1850s, America's booming economy created a demand for lighting that was outstripping the dwindling supply of whale oil. While passing through western Pennsylvania in 1853, lawyer George Bissell saw indigenous Seneca people use black rock oil for medicinal purposes. The following year, he formed a company and commissioned distinguished Yale scientist Dr. Benjamin Silliman to investigate the feasibility of using rock oil for both lighting and lubrication. Silliman's research confirmed Bissell and the Pennsylvania Rock Oil Company. In 1856, Bissell alighted upon the idea of drilling for oil, inspired by brine wells used for Pennsylvania, and after several false starts, Drake struck oil near Titusville in August 1859. It did not take long for the area to be teeming with men seeking to make their fortune. In the meantime, a Canadian geologist, Al Kessner, developed a method of producing lamp fuel, which he called kerosene, using petroleum. As the oil boom began in Cleveland, Clark and Rockefeller began handling small shipments of crude oil in 1860. Clark and Co. The company set up a mile away from downtown Cleveland, but adjacent to the although Clark and Rockefeller was already more profitable. Rest of the business in its first year. Rockefeller High School more than a decade earlier. Laura came from one of Cleveland's wealthy in 62, working as a teacher. Neither was in a hurry to marry on honeymoon, taking sites as Niagara Falls, Quebec, and New York City. Moved into a small house a couple of doors birth to a daughter named Elizabeth in August 86. A second twist followed in 1869, but died just after her first birthday in 1871 and 1872. But it was not until 1874, the couple had their only son, John D. Rockefeller Jr. His father's fortune many years later. Although several oil refineries had sprung up in Cleveland, was one of the few which was sufficiently capitalized to weather extreme market volatility, while others saw oil as the latest get-rich-quick scheme. Rockefeller retained a long-term perspective and proposed borrowing heavily to finance rapid expansion, believing the oil market would get bigger and bigger over time. When the cautious Clark brothers used their majority to vote down his proposals, Rockefeller prepared to break with the Clarks and secured Andrew's support. When Rockefeller laid out plans for a rapid expansion of the business, in January, Rockefeller agreed to their support to hold an auction for the company. Because and was confident that he could outbid. The bidding started at $500 and quickly at $10,000. Rocco checked out whether he could afford the deal, but after Clark bid $72,000, he immediately responded with $72,500, and he could go no higher. That $500 on the 15th of February 1865, the new Rockefeller and Andrews partnership took over operations at the Excelsior refinery. Rockefeller was the senior partner and was responsible for the management of the business, leaving scientific and technical details to Andrews. A few weeks later, the American Civil War came to an end, with General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on the 12th of April. The jubilation in Cleveland was cut short by assassination. For freedom over slavery. Capitalism over agorism, as the war had very much been a clash between industrial union in the northern states. Now they were made. In December 1865, the enterprise was the largest and most profitable of the road. The company, selling a wide range of byproducts, its own barrel-making railroad cars, the company, great control over expenses, made its way onto the intermarket, and in 18s, William Rockefeller established to build relationships with Wall Street bankers and manage the firm's exports. Although Rockefeller borrowed heavily during his early days, he earned the goods by paying his debt time, enabling him to access credit in emergencies and survive crises that would bankrupt his rival to pursue his expansion plans. In 1867, Rockefeller brought in Henry Flagler and expanded the partnership to become Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler. 9 years older than Rockefeller, Flagler had also been born in upstate New York before moving to Ohio. The two men were first acquainted in the 1850s when Flagler was working as a grain merchant and Rockefeller served as his agent at Hewitt and Tuttle. As part of the deal, Flagler Rockefeller's stepbrother, Stephen Harkness, one of the richest men in Cleveland, contributed $100,000 for a third of the business. Rockefeller and Flagler had their desks opposite each other and worked seamlessly together. The two men developed a habit of editing each other's letters, which would pass through the critical eyes of Laura Rockefeller for a third opinion before being dispatched. Not long after joining the partnership, Flagler was placed in charge of the firm's negotiations with the railroads. Transportation was the most significant cost in business, and Rockefeller benefited from being close to the oil fields. Even location allowed him to transport his oil by water via Lake Erie or by the three railroads that ran through the city, allowing him to negotiate the best freight rates. The Pennsylvania Railroad was encouraging firms to move to the Erie and New York zones, which depended on traffic. Jay Gould and the Erie Railroad a 75% rebate on transportation costs, while Flagler secured a major discount. In return, offered to supply 60 carloads at Midland, which the Rockefeller refineries could not fulfill on their own. Accordingly, Rockefeller used his position in the market to coordinate shipments from rival Cleveland firms at preferential rates. Rhodes' eagerness to seal a deal when Rockefeller said that he did not have the time to meet Cornelius Vanderbilt, the 74-year-old owner of the New York Central. Country at the time. Vanderbilt visited the 29-year-old Rockefeller at his office. Engineers Row, owing to many of them owned by newly rich figures from the oil and rail industries. The Rockefeller House itself, relatively modest, Don was not inclined to show. They were primarily brought up by governesses and only had the opportunity to engage with wider society. Black gold that attracted so many in 1970. Supply was 3 times that of demand. Realized his vision, and Fragler generating the company to access outside investment. Rockefeller dissolved the existing as the Standard Oil Company, with himself with a 29% stake, while other company inside the company had its first outside investor, Oliver B. Jennings, made a fortune in their incentives with investors by review salary and instead appreciation. Although 18 time, Standard could pay a 104 when prices continued to in 1871, leaving many. Standard was still profitable enough to pay a 40% dividend. Anticipators, on top of its capital of $1 million to strengthen its balance sheet, refineries into the state, while Rockefeller preparing to consolidate the oil industry in a move for railroads was having a detrimental effect on all parties. Late in 1871, Rockefeller was approached. They agreed to double freight prices. Of the Pennsylvania Railroad and the remainder evenly divided between the two others. Before the proposal could be implemented in February 1872, leading to disruption to Standard Oil's operations. Roth argued that never before, one which would allow him to sue. Standard carried buying out 22 of 6 rivals in Cleveland. Rockefeller, the gang competitor, was Clark and Payne. Colonel Oliver Payne was a Civil War. Payne asked to see Stanvility and agreed to sell Standard Oil Organization and shared an office with Rockefeller and Full Industry, caused edified in the press by critics who argued that he should have their true value. In many cases, the Cleveland massacre, Standard had the capacity to refine, were forced to sell their mansions on Euclid Avenue, and nursed a bitter resentment against him for the rest of their days. Rockefeller later justified his actions by resorting to religious imagery. Rather than hiring and firing them, economies of scale enabled Rockefeller to pay his workers during Standard's early years. He personally undertaking to implement uniform rates out further west. In response, in May 1872, and formed the National Refiners Association. In return for production caps, when Rockefeller struggled to convince refiners to sign up, he reached Philadelphia. He was soon by smaller refiners except production quotas, Standard to reduce its output. While other firms would remain outside, enjoyed higher prices without being subject to any quotas. In December, he came to an agreement with producers to buy oil at $5 a barrel, double the market price, in exchange for production quotas. Enticed by the oil producers exceeded their quotas and drove prices down to $2. Frustrated by violations of the agreement, crisis known as the Panic of 1873 caused a 6-year depression. During which crude oil price plummeted to under 50 cents a barrel. Rockefeller said his Pittsburgh and Philadelphia refineries, using the same playbook at Cleveland until 1874. Rockefeller and Flagler met with Charles Lockhart and William G. Morton, the proprietors of the refineries in Pittsburgh and Philly, respectively. After 6 hours of talks, invited Cleveland to examine Standard's book. Once Morton realized that sell kerosene for a profit at a below his operating costs, he and Lockhart agreed through the system, and within 2 years, owns the front for Standard's acquisition of refinery. Rockefeller controlled all the oil headed to New York. A few remaining independents in West Virginia could transport their oil to Baltimore via the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Rockefeller acquired J.N. Camp vehicle to buy up the refineries in West Virginia. In his mid-30s, John D. Rockefeller was master of the American oil industry, which effectively meant the global oil industry. While he owed much of his success to his close relationship with the Erie and New York Central Railroads, he was often in conflict with the Pennsylvania Railroad. When the Pennsylvania set up the Empire Transportation Company to acquire oil pipelines responded by hundreds of workers and triggering a strike the Empire Transportation Company's assets to Standard Oil for $3.4 million, including Rockefeller was magnanimous in victory. Its pipeline network, and by 1879 it controlled almost the entire pipeline system in the country. In addition to 90% of refining capacity, formed the Tidewater Pipeline Company. Company officials bribed legislators to vote down pipeline bills. Despite these, the Tidewater Pipeline was completed in May 1860. The acceleration of American economic activity and innovation around this time facilitated the enormous and Standard Oil, the railway growing population, and the rising consumer classes meant that production constantly expanding, and oil was needed for a wide range of industrial activities. Still, in September 1882, Thomas Edison began the electrification of America when he switched on the Pearl Street station in Manhattan. While we might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum companies, the American electricity grid was fueled by coal for decades to come. Well into the 20th century, not petroleum. Conversely, electrification or a sharp decline in the heat of oil in homes. Yet this was more than offset by the increasing demand. In the 1890s, for instance, there were automobiles fueled by petroleum, fuel guzzlers, coal as well. The scale of demand was mirrored in the size of crude oil production in the U.S. During this period, used in the United States a year. By the end of the century, that figure had increased 12-fold to nearly 60 million, and it then nearly doubled by the Gulf Stream. Standard Oil would play a role in this, and its richest man and first billionaire lay in the future. Back in the early 1880s, the setback over the time. Worryingly, he and 8 colleagues were indicted by the Pennsylvania state business. Rockefeller was sufficiently alarmed by these developments that he announced an end to the railroad rebates, and the cases against Standard Oil were dropped. This coincided with a finding by the Hepburn Committee of the New York State Assembly that rebates were unlawful. However, the intervention came too late. Standard Oil had already exploited them to achieve its dominant position in the market. Having lost its advantages from the railroads, Rockefeller was even more determined to face down Tidewater. Rockefeller soon discovered that preferred cooperation to competition, and the two parties entered into an agreement. In 1882, Rockefeller's associates acquired a minority stake in Tidewater, enabling him to. Rockefeller was among the richest men in the country and was an increasingly notorious individual. In one of his rare interviews, he argued that with a business as large as Standard Oil, it was inevitable for malpractice to occur without the knowledge of senior management, but that he would intervene as soon as he became aware of the issue. While Rockefeller often acted through subordinates to cover his tracks, it was true that his sprawling business empire was becoming difficult from owning subsidiaries across state lines. So the Standard Oil empire consisted of 41 separate companies. In 1882, to solve some of these issues, the company's lawyers came up with the innovative solution of creating the Standard Oil Trust, where 9 trustees, including Rockefeller, were appointed to manage the interests of the company's 37 stockholders. Although the arrangement did not become public until 6 years later, the creation of the Standard Oil Trust was a
Early 1884, Rockefeller moved his to New York City. May 1885, headquarters was formerly Broadway in Manhattan. Despite moving to the country's economic capital, Rockefeller continued contributions. In addition to Baptist causes, Rockefeller began supporting a black women's college in Atlanta, Georgia. Rockefeller sought to encourage others to matching donations. He offered $600,000 for the establishment of the University of Chicago, which was founded in 1892, and he continued to give liberally to the institution throughout the remainder of his life. This was in keeping with other major American titans of industry in the Gilded Age, such as the Vanderbilts and Andrew Carnegie, who were some of the great philanthropists of modern history, endowing universities, making large charitable bequests, and establishing great civic buildings like Carnegie Hall in New York City. Throughout his career, Rockefeller worked hard at fluctuations in the oil market. By delegating operational authority to an executive committee, which he rarely attended, Rockefeller freed up more time to travel. In June 1887, taking a 3-month holiday with his family in Europe. In London, the family stayed at a hotel in Piccadilly and were in prime position to witness Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee Parade. Next up was Paris. Although the family spent much of the trip visiting churches and the natural scenery, Rockefeller realized to some discomfort internationally famous, and his arrival in every city was publicized in local newspapers. He reluctantly agreed with Pope Leo XIII after being advised that it would please Standard's Catholic employees. Rockefeller had an opportunity international competitors up close. Jury discovered near the Russian port of Baku, now the capital of Azerbaijan. By the 1880s, the Russian market had been cornered by the Swedish businessman Robert Nobel and his brothers, including Alfred, the inventor of dynamite and the founder of the Nobel Prizes. The Rothschild family set up the Caspian and refineries on the eastern shore of the Adriatic to refine crude oil from Baku. In 1990, Rothschild was founded in the Dutch East Indies to exploit oil fields in Indonesia. The following year, the London merchant would become the Shell Transport and Trading Company, which merged with Royal
Rothschild's control of the domestic market in the United and revolutionized distribution by storing refined oil in tanks, where these large fleet tank wagons would fill up before selling to customers. Rockefeller really controlled oil prices by storage costs and market conditions. Standard issued certificates against the oil in its pipelines, which could be bought and sold, thereby creating the oil futures market. However, Rockefeller bemoaned upon selling oil futures. Standard rapidly expanded its marketing division to control Everest Lloyd. Began publishing articles claiming that Standard Oil its oil monopoly to its secret agreements with the railroads. Listing the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that Standard Oil Ohio received the trust 16 year. Rockefeller bought the estate of Pocantico Hills, alopecia, a rare disease that caused hair loss. He left John Dustin Archbold in charge. donated to Republican candidate William Jennings Bryan election and Rockefeller's input. He devoted time to philanthropic activities, and in 1901 he established the Rockefeller Institute of Medical Research in New York, now Rockefeller University. He formed trusts for charitable purposes, known as to pool their assets so they could be envisioned in 1900. Was assassinated by an anarchist the following year. Roosevelt, hailing from the progressive wing of the party, Roosevelt filed dozens of suits against monopolies under the Sherman Antitrust Act and gained a reputation for trust busting until the 1904 election. But after the New York senators and secretive ownership structures, while Rockefeller refused to address Tarbell, Rockefeller sought to protect his reputation by inviting reporters to his golf courses. Standard was $1 million. Laws to formalize that company structure in 1999. A circuit ordered the company to break up for violating the Sherman and and 70% of the Rockefeller formerly was president of Standard Oil of New Jersey, which remained the largest independent companies that emerged from the dissolution of Lee, including Conoco, Chevron, opportunity to buy Standard shares for the first time. First billionaire by 1960. Activities. However, John Jr. was responsible for finance in his capacity and higher, in which his father held a controlling share. When the United Mine Workers went on strike against poor workers supported the company's efforts to break the strike. In April 1940, Colorado National and private guards hired by the In September 1914, John and Flora Rockefeller celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Began to go, but Flora had been in poor health, and the following spring, the widower endowed the Laura Spellers to support her organization later merged with the foundation. After they united the First World War in 1817, Rockefeller's image improved allied causes via the philanthropic foundation. He noted the irony of his commercial guide, his reputation for secrecy and reserve. As a businessman, Rockefeller was a jovial old man in his 80s and 90s, and maintained the wish that he would live to 100. He would fall just short of his target, dying early in the morning of the 23rd of May, 1937, a few weeks short of his 90th. From the casements for a funeral in working to observe a 5-minute silence. Following the funeral, his remains were transferred to Lakeview Cemetery in Cleveland. Was a giant of American capitalism that exemplified America's Gilded Age in the late 19th century. Inviting a monopoly out of America's fledgling oil industry. While his critics attacked him for nefarious business and unfair advantage over his vision and government intervention at home, after taking at the University of Chicago, Rockefeller family would play a prominent role in American economic governor of New York that was built in 1973. Nelson would be a president of the United States by Gerald Ford in 1974. While another brother, Winthrop, served as Democratic governor and later senator of West Virginia. Thus, Rockefeller not only built a company that was so large that the U.S. government intervened to break it up in 1911, also established one of America's great business and political dynasties. What do you think of him? Was he a genuine industrialist who nurtured the development of the American oil industry to supply cheap consumers and businesses? Or was he a ruthless businessman who resorted to unethical methods and monopolization to drive his competitors out of business? Please Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
One of the reasons why it's just that it's simple to belong. The chemical was not only because of the huge religious influence, it was one of the weapons that the chemical should be taken as a whole to enforce conformity. This one list of punishments that the key that would give someone who refused to comply to group standards such as paying taxes or like that, or even appearing before the court and bury them when they answer was considered such a tremendous typically if the covered issue were to say Jews oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes. So that was one of the most important that was basically in the most reliable businesses. But you would also have, for example, the Hebra Ozer Dalim, which would be foolery of various types. The Talmud and the have the long discussions of literate.
On the 8th of July, 1889, in the small town of Ridgefield State, the Rockefellers arrived in North America around 1723, when Johann Peter Rockefeller and his family migrated from the Rhine Valley in western Germany to New Jersey, later relocating. John's father, William Bill Avery Rockefeller, was a traveling salesman who you
By the way,
were very early 19th century, an all-round con artist, William Lee used the money from selling his supposed to loan out money at usurious rates to others, often with the specific aim of later acquiring their properties with legitimate daughters in turn. Following their departure, Eliza gave birth the family moved to 3 miles away from Davis in 1845. Twins Frank and Frank. The boys were given adult responsibility. He had a natural aptitude for mental arithmetic. He was an introverted boy who lacked the exuberance of his peers, but he was patient. When playing chess or checkers, he would take his time considering every move, an approach which frustrated his opponents and caused them to lose. This habit of cool reflection was encouraged by his mother, who had much time and cause over the years to reflect on her impulsive decision to marry the erratic and errant Bill Rockefeller. John also owed his strong sense of faith to his mother, who took her children to the local Baptist church. The 1840s was a time of economic and territorial expansion in the United States, and John D. Rockefeller exhibited an entrepreneurial spirit characteristic of the era. From a very young as a boy, he bought candy from the store by the pound, divided it into smaller portions, and sold it to his siblings at a much to build influence. Although he would come to recognize John lionized his father as a strong, athletic man with foul means. Among Bill's more legitimate enterprises, lumber business in Moravia, and when John was being taught how to select good quality family house. As a businessman, Bill aggressively and did not hesitate to take advantage of the potential customers. At the same time, he generally offered generous wages to his workers, paid his responsibility. John's own business practices that dogged his father, though. After Bill took the family further west to Strongsville 53. The Rockefeller boys resumed their education at the higher school in nearby Cleveland. As American settlers moved towards the Pacific, encouraged by the discovery of California, the country was sharply divided on the question of slavery. In his school essays, Rockefeller expressed himself as an ardent abolitionist, a cause championed by the newly founded Republican Party. John was graduating to drop out of the double life that Bill Rockefeller was now living, wife and 5 children south of the border, and in June, William Rockefeller contracted a bigamous marriage with Ellen. William realized that taking 2 families. After taking a 3-month course at a commercial college, John began all the businesses he wanted to run and visited them in person to ask him. After 6 weeks, he had no luck. His father suggested that he could always join him roaming the country. The appalling prospect of John to continue searching for a job. Accounting for every single he arrived at the office at 6 morning. And often did not return home until after 10 p.m. at night. The book shows that as soon as he started earning money, Rockefeller making donations to charitable causes. He was giving away 10% of his income, and while he favored Baptist causes, he also gave money to black churches and American slaves by their freedom. He taught at Sunday school at the Erie Street Baptist Church Cleveland and led the congregation in singing hymns. He also used his financial acumen to pay off a demanding creditor. Rockefeller found no contradiction between his faith and his desire for money, and as a rich man, he would credit God for making him wealthy. Despite an economic downturn in 1857, Bill Rockefeller was making good money too, and decided to build a large house in downtown Cleveland to bring his first family under a single roof for the first time in several years. While Bill went to live permanently with his second wife, would occasionally reappear in John's life over decades. There is a fact that the rapacious father detached himself from his first family, just as his soon-make would doubtlessly have hung around to try and fleece some of it. Junior partner Henry Tuttle left the firm. Rockefeller was on $500, considerably below Tuttle's salary of $2,000. After being given a modest raise to $600, he began trading commodities on his own account. Paid dispute dragged on. Rockefeller and his English friend, Warren 58, with each partner investing $2,000 of capital in the business. Rockefeller set him at odds with conservative clerk. In April 1859, George Gardner, a former colleague of Clark's, who hailed from one of the leading families in Cleveland and would later serve as its mayor, Rockefeller felt understandably slighted in the name of the firm to Clark, Gardner and Company. He was also irritated when Gardner bought a yacht with 3 friends, invited him on a sailing excursion one Saturday. Rockefeller believed that such indulgences in the firm's ability to access credit. Eventually, though Gardner withdrew from the partnership in late 1862, the firm reverted to Clark and Rockefeller. Rockefeller's timing was opportune to begin setting out on a business career, as the United States of America was about to embark on a period of immense expansion and economic expanding swiftly. With the end of the Mexican-American War in 1948 having led to the opening of the American West, mass migration of millions of people from Europe, where overpopulation was a growing problem, on the new steamships from the 1840s onwards, also created a population boom. In 1850 was around 23 million people around 1880, 75 million around the turn of the century, and would reach 100 million for the first in the mid-19th
industrialization. As Rockefeller began his business career, the Industrial Revolution had begun in Britain in the 1770s, but had belatedly spread elsewhere in the first half of the 19th century. It really took off in many other countries, most especially the US and Germany in the second half of the 19th century. By the end of the 19th century, though Britain was playing to Rockefeller's hands, there was a railway boom beginning enormously successful in business. Rockefeller worked hard and took the opportunities that would contribute substantially to his success. In November 1860, Rockefeller voted in a presidential election for the first time and cast his ballot. With the Democratic Party split between anti-slavery states, Lincoln's opposition to the expansion of slavery encouraged southern states to secede from the Union and form, leading to the outbreak of the American Civil War in April 1861. Although Rockefeller later claimed that he wanted to serve the Union cause, he decided to provide for his family. While John and William avoided military service by paying $300 each for a substitute, their youngest brother Frank enlisted in the 7th Ohio Volunteer Infantry and was sent to North-South trade during the war. The East-West trade via Cleveland, and Rockefeller and his business partners profited handsomely with the profits from his oil industry. During the 1850s, his booming economy created a demand for lighting that was outstripping the dwindling. While passing through western Pennsylvania in 1853, the New York lawyer George Bissell saw indigenous Seneca people use black rockwell for medicinal purposes. The following year, he formed a company and commissioned distinguished Yale scientist Dr. Benjamin Silliman to investigate the feasibility of using rock oil for both lighting and lubrication. Research confirmed the potential of rock oil or petroleum, but Bissell and the Pennsylvania Rock Oil Company still required a method of acting oil at scale. In 1856, Bissell lighted upon the idea of drilling for oil action. He sent Edwin Drake to Pennsylvania, and after several false starts, Drake struck oil near Titusville in August 1859. It did not take long for the area to be teeming with men seeking to make their fortune. In the meantime, the Canadian geologist Abraham Gessner had developed a method of producing lamp fuel, which he called kerosene, using petroleum. As the oil boom began in Cleveland, Clark and Rockefeller began handling small crude oil in 1860. When Clark's friend Samuel Andrews approached the two men seeking capital for an oil refinery, Rockefeller was enthusiastic about the prospect, while Clark was more skeptical. In 1863,
Andrews, Clark, and Rockefeller joined two of Clark's brothers in forming Andrews, Clark and Co. The company set up its operations under the name Excelsior Oil Works on a site more than a mile away from downtown Cleveland, connecting Cleveland to the Pennsylvania oil fields, which opened in November 1863. Although Clark and Rockefeller initially regarded oil as a sideline to their commodity business, the refinery was already more profitable than the rest of the business in its first year. Rockefeller's improving financial prospects encouraged him to get married to Laura Celeste more than a decade earlier. An intelligent woman with a commercial mind of her own, Laura came from one of Cleveland's wealthier families. Rockefeller did not begin actively courting her until 1862, when she was working as a teacher. Neither was in a hurry to marry, and Rockefeller did not propose until March 1864. Following the wedding in September 1864, the couple spent a month on honeymoon, taking in such sights as Niagara Falls, Quebec, and New York City. They moved into a small house a couple of doors away from the Rockefeller family home. After 2 years of marriage, Laura gave birth to a daughter named Elizabeth in August 1866. A second daughter, Alice, followed in 1869, but died just after her first birthday. The family would welcome 2 more daughters in 1871 and 1872, until 1874, but the couple had their only son, his father's fortune, many years later. Although several oil refineries had sprung up in Cleveland, Rockefeller's was one of the few which was sufficiently capitalized to weather extreme market volatility. While others saw oil as the latest get-rich-quick scheme, Rockefeller retained a long-term perspective and proposed borrowing heavily to finance rapid expansion, believing the oil market would get bigger and bigger over time. When the cautious Clark brothers of the ship, basically Rockefeller had been talking to several bankers and was confident that he could afford the deal. But after Clark paid $72,000, he immediately responded with some leaving scientific and technical details to Andrews. A few weeks later, the American Civil War came to an end, with General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on the 12th of April. The jubilation in Cleveland by President Lincoln's assassination, though the return of conditions would benefit the emerging oil industry. The end of the Civil War meant not only the triumph of freedom over slavery, but of industrial capitalism over agrarianism, as the war had very much been a clash between an urban industrial union in the northern states and agricultural confederacy in the south. Ohio Congressman and future President James Garfield prophetically remarked, "Oil, not is king now in the world of commerce. Despite its potential, the industry was still in its infancy. Accidents and explosions were common, and fortunes were lost ahead. In November 1865, Rockefeller established a second refinery in Cleveland, known as the and placed his brother William in charge. The enterprise was the largest and most profitable of the refiners in Cleveland, and the company boosted its profitability by selling a wide range of byproducts. By having its own barrel-making plants, shipping facilities, and railroad cars, the company had greater control over expenses. American oil quickly made its way to the international market. And in 1866, William established an office in New York City to build relationships with Wall Street bankers and manage the first exports. Though Rockefeller borrowed heavily during his early days, paying his debts on time, to access credit in emergencies, plans. In 1887, Rockefeller brought in Henry Flagler and expanded the partnership to become Rockefeller Andrews Flagler. 9 years older than Rockefeller, Flagler had also been born in Upton. The two men were first acquainted in the 1850s, when Flagler was working as a grain merchant, and Rockefeller served as his agent at Hewitt and Tuttle. As part of the deal, Flagler's stepbrother, Stephen Harkness, one of the richest men in Cleveland, contributed $100,000 in capital for a third of the business. Rockefeller and Flagler had their desks opposite each other and worked seamlessly together. The two men developed a habit of editing each other's letters, encouraging firms to move to the oil regions by offering low rates to undermine the eerie inflation costs. While Flagler secured a mate with the Lakeshore Railroad, New York Central Network, in return, Flagg offered to supply 60 carloads a day, a significant commitment which the Rockefeller refineries could not fulfill on their own. Accordingly, Rockefeller used his position in the market to coordinate shipments from rival Cleveland firms at preferential rates. In a measure of the railroad's eagerness to seal the deal, when Rockefeller said that he did not have the time to meet Cornelius Vanderbilt, owner of the New York Central and the richest man in the country at the time, Vanderbilt visited the 29-year-old Rockefeller at his office instead. The Lakeshore deal had major consequences for the oil industry, since it enabled Rockefeller to consolidate his market. By 1869, the Rockefeller Partnership was the world's largest refiner, employing 900 workers who produced 1,500 barrels a day. John and Laura Rockefeller to a brick house on 424 Euclid Avenue,
nicknamed Billionaire's Row, owing to the large mansions that lined its streets, many of them owned by newly rich figures from the oil and rail industries. The Rockefeller house is simply modest, since John was not inclined to show off his wealth and disliked ostentatious displays of it throughout much of his life. Notably in this regard, the later decision to establish the Rockefeller Center in downtown Manhattan as a highly visible symbol of the family's wealth and power was not driven and was the will of his son and heir in 1930s, John Jr. At their new home in Euclid Avenue, religion continued to play a major part in the family's life, and John instruments and formed a quartet which performed regularly in church relocated to Euclid Avenue on Rockefeller's initiative in 1872. Though John D. Rockefeller took interest in his children's upbringing and his peers, they were primarily brought up as his. Had the opportunity to gain father's ever-increasing wealth. Children to keep detailed accounts of the income they received for doing tasks around the house. While Rockefeller had become a market leader in the refinery business, the lure of black players that by 1870 supply was 3 times that of demand, causing the price of kerosene to plummet. Eradicating out of the chaos of the American oil industry, he envisaged such an arrangement allowed customers to benefit from lower prices while ensuring that the industry and Flagler suggested incorporating the company excess outside investment. In January 1870, Flagler, the secretary and treasurer, outside investor in William's brother-in-law in the California gold rush and invested $100,000. The senior executives aligned their incentives with investors of the toughest years in the oil industry. Standard pay of 105% dividend at the end of its first year. When prices continued to decline in 1871, many competitors on the brink of bankruptcy. Stand still profitable enough to pay a 40% dividend in 1872. Standard Oil raised another $2.5 million on top of its initial capital of $1 million to strengthen its balance sheet. Refineries into the Standard. Fierce competition among the railroads was having a detrimental effect on all parties. Late in 1871, Rockefeller The deceptively named self-improvement comes to serve as an impartial man to guarantee increased quotas of traffic between the three lines. Then to the Pennsylvania Railroad, and the remainder evenly divided between the two others. Before the proposal could be implemented, news of the higher rates leaked out in February 1872, leading to strikes and disruption to Standard Oil's operations. Rockefeller responded by trying to acquire a greater share of the market than ever before, one which would allow him to navigate these problems. In the 3 months between Standard carried out the so-called Cleveland Massacre, who forced to sell their mansions on Euclid Avenue, and no went against him for the rest of Rockefeller also his measures to stabilize average during Standard's early years, he personally interviewed all job applicants and knew all his employees by name. Nevertheless, the accusation emerged in 17
Rockefeller was bent on acquiring a monopoly over the oil industry. In the United States, and was an issue which dropped him half a cent and would eventually result in the breaking up of Standard Oil to victory in Cleveland, and for arrangement popularly known as the Pittsburgh Plan. The association would collectively negotiate lower prices with the railroads and guarantee profits for smaller refiners in return. And down to stabilize the market was to take from events soon moved in favor when an economic crisis known as the pandemic 1873 caused a 6-year depression, during which crude oil prices plummeted to under 50 cents a barrel. Rockefeller was in prime position to take advantage Standard Oil still remained ordered and realized that Standard could sell kerosene for a profit at a price below his operating costs. He and Lockhart company scheme. Archbold became a seat in September 1875. The Acme Oil Company his vehicle to buy up the refineries in mid-30s. John D. Rockefeller, much of his success to his close relationship with the Erie and New York Central Railroads. He was honored by building his own pipeline network with refineries, and in 1877, Penfield in Bradford, Pennsylvania, to connect the new well pipelines. Rockefeller fought back by diverting to the Erie and New York Central, forcing the Pennsylvania's president to Standard Oil for $3.4 million. Feller had to pay for out of his own pocket, become authorized the full amount. Rockefeller was unanimous in victory and worked out a revenue-sharing plan network. And by 1879, controlled almost the entire pipeline system in the country. The Tidewater Pipeline Company, Williamsport, Pennsylvania, in 1870 did the enormous enrichment of Rockefeller and Standard Oil, growing population, and the rising consumer classes meant that production and consumption were constantly expanding, and oil was needed for a wide range of industrial activities. Still, in September 1882, on Street Station in Manhattan, while we might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum companies, the American electricity grid was fueled by coal for decades to come, well into the 20th century, not petroleum. Conversely, electrification saw a sharp decline in the need for oil for lamp lighting in homes. Yet this was more than offset by the increasing demand for Standard Oil's product in other areas of the would soon be switching over to petroleum from coal stream. Standard Oil would play a role in all of this, and it would soon see John D. Much of that lay in the setback over the Tidewater Pipeline was a sign that Rockefeller's opponent, worryingly, he and 8 colleagues were indicted by the Pennsylvania state government for monopolizing the oil business. Rockefeller was sufficiently alarmed by these developments that he put an end to the railroad rebates and the cases against Standard Oil were dropped. However, the intervention came too late. Already exploited them to achieve its goal. Having lost his advantages from the railroads, Rockefeller was even to face down Tidewater. Byron Benson also preferred cooperation to competition, and the two parties entered into an agreement. In 1882, he stake in Tidewater, enabling him to strike a favorable following year. Now, Rockefeller was among the richest men in the country and was an increasingly notorious individual. In one of his rare interviews, the business's largest Standard Oil, It was inevitable for malpractice to occur without the knowledge of senior management, but that he would intervene as soon as he became aware of the issue. While Rockefeller often acted through subordinates to cover his tracks, it was true that his sprawling business empire was becoming difficult to control. Many states forbade companies from owning subsidiaries across state lines, so the state won separate companies. In 1882, to solve some of these issues, the company's lawyers came up with an innovative solution, meeting the Standard Oil, where 9 wanted to manage the interests of the company's 37 stockholders. Although the Standard Oil Trust was a major innovation in American corporate history, and companies in other industries soon followed suit, the word trust became synonymous with monopoly power, also brought Standard's center of gravity further east, and in early 1884, Rockefeller moved his family to New York City. In May 1885, company headquarters was formally transferred from Cleveland to a new 10-story office at 26 Broadway in Manhattan. Despite moving to the country's economic capital, Rockefeller continued to keep a low profile and limited his social activities to the Fifth Avenue Baptist Church. His fame and notoriety educational institutions, supporting schools for women, Americans, and Native Americans. Rockefeller began supporting a black women's college in Atlanta. In 1889, he offered $600,000 for the establishment of the remainder of his life. This was in keeping with other endowing universities making large charitable bequests in New York City. Throughout his career, Rockefeller worked hard and kept an obsessive eye on the smallest funds in the oil market, authority to an executive committee, which he rarely attended. Rockefeller, 1887, he made his first trip overseas, taking a 3-month holiday with his family in Europe. In London, the family stayed at a hotel in Jubilee Parade. Next up, Paris. Although the family spent much of the churches and admired the natural scenery, Rockefeller realized to some discomfort that he was internationally famous, and his arrival in every city was publicized in local newspapers. They agreed to an audience with Pope Leo XIII after being advised that it would please Standard's Catholic employees. During his travels in Europe, Rockefeller had an opportunity to observe his international competitors up close. During the 18th oil Baku. The Russian market had been core businessmen, Robert Nobel and his brothers. Dynamite and the founder of the Nobel Prizes. In the meantime, the Bayesians founded in the Dutch East Indies to exploit oil fields in Indonesia. And the following year, the London Merchant Transport and Trading Company, which merged with Royal Dutch in 1907 to form a rival business empire that dominated the Asian market. Rockefeller responded to these developments by establishing Standard's own marketing offices in Europe. Despite increasing foreign competition, even in an age before the Middle East became a major player in the world oil market, Standard's control of the domestic market in the United oil prices by changing oil storage costs, which could be bought and sold, thereby creating the oil. However, Rockefeller bemoaned the pricing power regulators buying and selling oil futures. Standard rapidly expanded local aggressive sales tactics by reducing price drive competitors out of the market. He also defended the company's profitability worthless assets, more than the demand for oil highly misplaced. Its electrification project in the early 1880s, illumination oil took advantage of the shift towards gas lighting. In 1892, his name Rockefeller became the primary target of criticism from journalists who contrasted the wealth of industrial capitalists like Rockefeller with industrial lived close to poverty. From the late 1870s, began publishing articles claiming that Standard Oil owed its agreements with the railroad. Lloyd's included both independent refiners whom Standard had not out or crushed, and former Standard the Interstate Commerce Commission to regulate standardized freight rates. This had little impact on Standard, which by then transported most of its oil through its pipelines. In 1890, Congress passed the Sherman Antitrust Act to outlaw monopolistic behavior. In 1892, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that Standard Oil of Ohio must leave the trade. Rockefeller continued to manage New Jersey under New Jersey laws, but registered at 26 Broadway to a holding company. 1819, Andrew Carnegie fell his investments in iron ore. The dispute was easy for the newspaper his ore in exchange for a promise not to make steel. In the same year, 50 miles north of New York City, Pocahontas became a retreat for Rockefeller as he stepped back from his business. His mother had died in March 1889, though his elusive father continued to live until 1906. Rockefeller had his own health issues and suffered from alopecia, a rare disease that caused hair loss, depriving him of his iconic bushy moustache. By mid-1897, he left John Dustin Archbold in charge vice president. Golf courses took up the state in New York and Cleveland. T6, Rockefeller to Republican candidate William McKinley's presidential campaign, which was managed by his friend Mark Hammer. McKinley defeated for charitable purposes, enabling donors to 1,500, but was assassinated by an anarchist the following and was succeeded by his president, Theodore Roosevelt. Hailing from the Progressive Republican Party monopolies, a reputation for trust busting, pro-business Republicans rallied around Mark Hammer. Rockefeller was also facing criticism in the press after the journalist Ida Tarbell from McClure's magazine between 19 grew up in Titusville, where her father operated production and refineries and believed that Standard had destroyed his business. She highlighted Standard's industrial features, while Rockefeller refused to address Tarbell in public. In private, he was infuriated and began to dig up details of his father's shady past. John had known about his father's bigamous marriage in the 1880s, but it became public knowledge following a press investigation in 1908. While Standard fought back by sponsoring the publication of favorable books and articles, and Rockefeller sought to protect his reputation by inviting reporters to his golf courses. Standard was facing lawsuits from federal and state government, and Rockefeller often tried to case from 1907. Federal Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis fined Standard over tweets. Standard appealed, but the judgment was overturned the following year. William Howard Taft to succeed Roosevelt as president. While being more conservative, he not only continued Roosevelt's trust-busting campaign, but expanded Although New Jersey had changed its laws to formalize Standard's holding company struck, ordered the company to break up for violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. Although Standard appealed the decision through the federal court system, in May 1911, the Supreme Court dismissed the final appeal and gave the trust 6 months to disband. By the time of the breakup, Standard controlled 14% of the crude oil supply and 70% of the refined oil market. Rockefeller formally stood down as president of Standard Oil of New Jersey. Including entities Exxon and Mobil. The breakup public the opportunity, sending the stock skyrocketing. Rockefeller contributed a total of $100 billion, particularly John Jr., who had already been helping his in the midst of a bribery scandal involving Archibald Iron, in which his father held a controlling share. When the United Mine Workers went on strike against poor working conditions in 1913, Junior supported the company's efforts to break the strike. In April 1914, Colorado National private guards hired by the company attacked children, while Junior's actions against the strikers received the wholehearted support of his father, damage to the family's public, and used Rockefeller Foundation funds to support the miners' family in September 1914. John and Laura Robin in poor health and died the following spring. The widower endowed the Laura Spellman Rockefeller Foundation with $74 million to support religious and educational causes, and the altar merged with the Rockefeller Foundation. After the United States entered the First World War in 1917, Rockefeller's image improved as he bought war bonds and supported Allied causes via the philanthropic foundation. Noting the irony of governments around the world encouraging oil firms to work together to supply. In 1918, Rockefeller bought a winter home called the Casement Street from the Ormond Hotel, developed by his former business partner Henry Flagler, who moved to Florida in the 1880s. The two men had fallen out after Flagler's death. For the 2 remaining decades of his life, Rockefeller remained passionate about social and religious causes. He was pleased to see 20, with the passage of the 18th Amendment, being black market developed in its wake. Rockefeller
Rockefeller did not object to its repeal in 1933, realizing that prohibition had created more problems than it solved. In retirement, Rockefeller continued to make investments in the stock market and lost nearly half of his remaining wealth during the Wall Street crash of October and November 1929. Having experienced his fair share of market cycles, he was undeterred and acquired 1 million shares of Standard Oil of New Jersey. Fortunes by financing the construction of the Rockefeller Center, one of the largest commercial companies in the world. Despite his reputation for maintaining the wish that he would live to 100, obelisk. At the time, Rockefeller was a giant of American industrial capitalism and exemplified America's dubious money-making schemes in history by creating a monopoly oil industry. While his critics attacked him for nefarious which gave him an unfair advantage over his rivals, Rockefeller justified his actions by arguing that they were a necessary instance. He never managed to create a full monopoly and is gradually eroded by international competition and intervention at home. After taking a step at the University of Chicago, Rockefeller University, and the Rockefeller Foundation continue to flourish in their respective fields over a century later. The Rockefeller family would play a prominent role in American economic and political life in the decades following its patriarch's death. John Jr.'s son served as the Republican governor of New York when the World Trade Center by his brother David. Nelson would be appointed Vice President of the United States by Gerald Ford in 1974. While another brother, Winthrop, served John D. Rockefeller IV. Thus, Rockefeller built a company that was so large that the U.S. government intervened to break it up into tons of companies in 1911. He also established one of America's great business and political dynasties, the visionary industrialist who nurtured the development of the American oil industry to supply cheap oil to American consumers and businesses. Or was he a ruthless businessman who resorted to unethical methods and monopolization to drive his competitors out of business? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
right up until modern yesterday's lecture was a very highly controlled beverage in Nisha. Actually, like that was actually completely verified as high school. There are 39 forbidden activities, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative, forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire, forbidden to cook, forbidden to project beyond a certain distance and without a device called a mirror, not as common in and basically sensation, all other activities of the reason why I mentioned some of the radical ways because we really operate in a seven environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to turn off their phones for like a digital fast. Whereas for verticals,
It is the 10th of January 1870. In Cleveland, Ohio, a 30-year-old businessman and his partners incorporate the Standard Oil Company. Over the coming years, they build on their initial $1 million investment by buying up smaller oil and beyond. So that by 1890, oil is worth $100 million and controls over 90%. By the time he retires, the company's founder is, for better or worse, one of the richest and most influential men. His name, John D. Rockefeller, the world's first billionaire. The man known to history as John was born John Davison Rockefeller on the 8th of July 1830 in the small town of Richford in New York State. Later, Rockefeller and his family migrated from the Rhine Valley in western Germany to New Jersey, to New York State. William Bill Avery Rockefeller, salesman who described him as satanic physician or herbal doctor, a euphemism for his habit of making fake medicines from herbs. He made from selling
listen to learn. It's usually great. Experienced long periods of anxiety where he would return gifts and large amounts of cash earned by both fair and foul means. Among Bill's more legitimate enterprises was a lumber business in Moravia. And when John was 29, he was to select good quality wood for the family house. As a businessman, Bill negotiated aggressively and did not
hesitate to take advantage of the ignorance of customers. The same time, he would avoid the controversies that put his father, though, after being indicted for sexual assault in 1840, Bill Rockefeller left Moravia, and in spring 18, the family moved to Vigo, near the Pennsylvania border. It may have been time that John stopped idolizing his father and recognized him for who he was to his mother as a abolitionist, a cause championed by the newly founded Republican Party. Was close friends with Mark, a powerful Republican Party boss and senator for New York. But in May 1855, on the eve of his graduation, his mother abruptly asked him to drop out of school and find a job. He had taken his traveling back to cross the frontier in 1852. He fell in love with 17-year-old Margaret Allen from Ontario. While courting the teenager, Bill conveniently neglected to mention the presence of his 1855. Rockefeller contracted bigamous marriage with Allen. William realized that he did not have the financial means to maintain two family
The small merchant firm Tuttle hired him as an assistant bookkeeper. From 6:30 a.m. in the life over the decades, there is an irony to the fact that the rapacious father detached himself from his first family, making him the richest man in the world, helplessly have hung around to try and fleece some of it. In January 1857, after junior partner Henry Tuttle left the firm, Rockefeller was promoted to chief bookkeeper on $500 a year, considerably below Tuttle's salary of $2,000. After being given a modest increase to $600, he began trading commodities on his own account. As the pay with each partner $1,000 in capital in the business, $4,400 in its second. However, the volatility of the commodities trade and the need for cash flow to pay suppliers, Gardner, a former colleague of Clark's leading families in Cleveland, and would later serve as its mayor. Rockefeller felt understandably slighted on the name. He was also irritated sailing excursion one Saturday afternoon. Rockefeller firm reverted to Clark. Rockefeller's timing was to begin setting on a business career, as the United States of America was about to embark. Firstly, the country was expanding swiftly with the end of the Mexican-American War, and having led to the opening of the American mass migration of millions of people from Europe, where overpopulation was a growing problem. Steamships from the 1840s onwards also created a population boom in America, around 23 million people. It reached 1980, 75 million around the century, and reached 100 million for the first time in the mid-1910s. This huge explosion in the demographic facilitated the emergence of new businesses. On top of this, the U.S. was just beginning to enter into a period of more pronounced industrialization. As Rockefeller began his business career, the Industrial Revolution had begun in Britain in the 1770s and had pervaded the 18th century. It really took off in many other countries, most especially the US and German century. All of these decades, the population boom, Pacific Ocean, and mass industrialization would see the United States emerge as the world's largest domestic economy by the end of the still larger when its colonial empire was taken into account. Finally, two other factors would play into Rockefeller's hands. There was a railway boom beginning to connect America from coast to coast. In the 1850s, growing awareness that new types of fossil fuel, besides heavy coal, could be used to fuel the American economy. Like all individuals who become enormously successful in business, Rockefeller worked hard and took the opportunities presented to him. But his timing was also very fortuitous and would contribute substantially to his success. In November 1860, the 21-year-old Rockefeller voted in a presidential election for the first time and cast his ballot for Abraham Lincoln. Confederate Union, the outbreak of the American Civil Frank, enlisted in the 7th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, profited handsomely. With the profits from this America's booming economy created a demand for light while passing through western Pennsylvania in 1853. The following year, he formed a company and commissioned distinguished investigate the feasibility of irrigation. Silliman's research oil, petroleum, and the Pennsylvania Rock 46. In 18 lighted upon the idea of drilling for oil in Drake to Pennsylvania. In August 1859, they longed for the area to be teeming with men seeking to make their fortune. In the meantime, Canadian geologist Abraham Gessner had developed a method of producing lamp fuel, which he called kerosene, using petroleum. As the oil boom began in Cleveland, Clark and Rockefeller began handling small shipments of crude oil in 1860. When Clark's friend Samuel Andrews approached the two men seeking capital for an oil refinery, Rockefeller was enthusiastic about the project. Andrews, Clark, and Rothschild joined two of Clark's brothers in forming Andrews, Clark and Co. The company set up its operations under the name Excelsior Oil Works on a site more than a mile away from downtown Cleveland, but adjacent to the railroad connecting Cleveland to the Pennsylvania oil fields, which opened in November 1863. Although Clark and Rockefeller initially regarded oil as a sideline to their commodity business. The refinery was all. Rockefeller's improving financial prospects encouraged him to get married to Laura Celestia Spellman, whom he first met at Cleveland High School more than a decade earlier. An intelligent woman with a commercial mind of her own, Laura came from one of Cleveland's wealthier families. Rockefeller did not begin actively courting her until 1862, when she was working as a teacher. Neither was in a hurry to marry, and Rockefeller did not propose until March 1864. Following the wedding in the couple second daughter Alice after her first birthday. The family that the couple had their only son, John D. Rockefeller Jr., who would inherit his to weather extreme market volatility, while others saw oil as it is to get rich quick scheme retained heavily to finance the oil market would get bigger and used their majority to vote down his proposals. Rockefeller prepared. The two parties agreed to hold an auction for the company. Feller had been talking to several bankers and was confident that he could outbid his rivals. The bidding started at $70,000. Rock beginning to doubt whether he could afford the deal, but after Clark $2,000, he immediately responded with $72,500, and Clark decided he could go no higher. That $500 was the making of John D. Rockefeller. On the 15th of February 18 with General Robert E. Lee's surrender jubilation in Cleveland was cut short by President Lincoln the emerging oil industry. The end of the Civil War meant not only the triumph of freedom over slavery, but of industrial capitalism over agrarianism, which being a clash between an urban industrial union in northern states, rural agricultural confederacy in the south. James Garfield prophetically remarked, oil, not cotton, is key in the world of commerce. Despite its potential, the industry was still in its infancy. Accidents and chains were lost as often as they were made. In December 1865, Rockefeller established a second refinery in Cleveland, known as the Standard Works, and placed his brother William in charge. The enterprise was the largest and most profitable of the refiner's ability by selling a wide range of byproducts. By having its own barrel-making plants, shipping facilities, and railroad cars, the company had greater control over expenses. American oil quickly made its way onto the international market, and in 1866, William Rockefeller established an office in New York City to build relationships with Wall Street bankers and manage the firm's exports. Although Rockefeller borrowed heavily during his early days, he earned the trust of bankers. Brought in Henry Flagler and expanded the Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler each other and worked seamlessly together, being dispatched. Not long after his Cleveland location allowed him to transport his oil by sea, allowing him to negotiate the best railroads. Also in stiff competition with each other, the Pennsylvania Railroad was encouraging firms to move regions by offering low rates railroads, which depended on Cleveland traffic. J. Gould and the area railroads, while Flagler major discount central network. In return, 60 carloads, a significant commitment which the Rockefeller refineries could not on their own. Accordingly, Rockefeller used his position in the market to coordinate shipments from rival Cleveland firms' rates. In a measure of the railroad's eagerness to seal the deal, when Rockefeller said that he did not have the time to meet Cornelius Vanderbilt, the 74-year-old owner of the New York Central and the richest man in the country at the time, Vanderbilt visited the 29-year-old Rockefeller at his office, the Lakeshore deal. Consequences for the oil position in the market. By 1860, the refiner, employing 900 workers, produced 1,500 barrels a day, accounting for 10% of global. At that time, after the Lakeshore deal, John and Flora Rockefeller moved named Millionaires Row, owing to the lots that lined its streets. Many figures from the oil and rail industry. The house itself was relatively just displaced much of his life. Notably in this regard, the later decision to a center in downtown as a highly visible symbol of power was not to him. That was the vision of his son and heir in the 90s, John Jr. At their new home in Euclid Avenue, religion continued to play a major part in the family's life, and John and Laura avoided which relocated to Euclid Avenue were Rockefellers initiative. Income they received for doing tasks around the house. While Rockefeller had become a market leader in the refinery business, the lure of black had attracted so many players that by 18 times that demand, causing the price of kerosene to plummet, eradicating profit margins for many miners. Rockefeller believed the market was unsustainable and the industry was as he set out to bring order out of the American oil industry. He envisaged the industry as a large network of interrelated companies from economies of scale, the supply and price of oil. Such a rate from lower prices is his vision, and Flagler suggested incorporating the company to act the senior executives alliance with investors by refusing a salary and instead relied on dividend. At the end of its first year, when prices continued to decline in 1871, leaving many competitors on the brink of bankruptcy. profitable enough to pay a 40% anticipating further term. January 1872, Standard Oil, while offering generous rebates to a number of refineries in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, Improvement Company. Standard Oil was to serve as a traffic Pennsylvania Railroad, and the remainder evenly divided between though. News of the higher rates leaked out in favor of the market than ever before between December 1871 and the main competitor veteran, whom Rockefeller had known at high school. When Payne asked to see Standard's accounts, he had an office with Rockefeller and Flagler. Feller's involvement in the South Improvement Company and his aggressive consolidation of the oil industry caused him to be as antiquated and inefficient, simply to shut them down and limit market supply. Following the Cleveland massacre, Standard had the capacity to refine 10,000 barrels a day. A quarter of the world's output at the industrial workers greater job security and hiring and firing them in accordance with the boom standards economies of scale enabled Rockefeller to pay us more than the industry. Standard's early years, he personally interviewed all 70s that Rockefeller was painfully over the oil industry in the United States position. It was an issue which dogged him for half a century and would eventually be Cleveland's advantage compared to the refiners in the oil regions out further west. In response, Rockefeller entered into an alliance with the Pittsburgh The association would collectively guarantee profits for smaller refiners. In return, Rockefeller struggled to convince the Western refiners to sign up. He reached out to firms in New York and Philadelphia. He was soon irritated by smaller refiners exceeding their production quotas, forcing Standard to reduce its own output, while other firms which remained outside the cartel enjoyed higher prices without being subject to any quotas. In December, he came to an agreement with producers to buy oil at $5 a barrel. Rockefeller abandoned the Pittsburgh plan in June 18, stabilized the market, take full control. If ever, when an economic crisis, known as the 1873, caused a 6-year depression, during which crude oil prices fall, Rockefeller and Blair met with Charles Lockhart and William G. Warden, the proprietors of the after 6 hours of inconclusive talks, Rockefeller invited Warden to Cleveland kerosene for a profit at a price below equates through the system, and within 2 years only expanded his footprint in New York by acquiring Charles, an arrangement that Rockefeller preferred with many smaller refiners, since he recognized that it was better to give the competitive market to avoid a political backlash. In the 70s, he continued to acquire refiners. Many former critics became standard. The most prominent was the 27-year-old John D. Archbold, who had been one of the most vociferous opponents of the South Improvement Company scheme. He became a senior figure at Standard Oil and represented Rockefeller in negotiations with producers. In September 1875, Acme Oil Company was founded with Archbold as its president to serve as a front for Standard's acquisition. While Rockefeller controlled all the oil headed to New York, a few remaining independents in West Virginia could transport their oil to Baltimore via the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. In May 1875, Rockefeller acquired J.N. Camden and Company in secret, and then used Camden as his bid to buy up the refiners in West Virginia. In his mid-30s, John D. Rockefeller was master of the America Stream. While he owed much of his success to his close relationship with the Erie and New York Central Railroads, he was often in conflict with the Pennsylvania Railroad. When the Pennsylvania Sanitation Company to acquire oil pipelines in Rockefeller responded by building his own pipeline network. With Rockefeller tightening his grip on the market, empires, and in 1877, Pennsylvania took advantage of a dispute between Rockefeller and producers exploiting a new oil field in Bradford, Pennsylvania, to connect the new wells to its own pipelines. Rockefeller fought back by diverting oil to the Erie and New York Central, forcing the Pennsylvania to fire hundreds of workers and triggering a strike. The Pennsylvania's president, Tom Scott, backed down and offered to sell all of the Empire Transportation Company's assets to Standard Oil for $3.4 million. Adding a revenue sharing plan worked out and restored Pennsylvania's market-leading position and continued to expand its pipeline network. Standard scrambled to buy up tracts of land to block the way. Acceleration of American speculation around the oil, the railway pollution, and the rising consumer classes who were constantly expanding. And oil was needed for a range of industrial activities. Still, there were challenges as well. In September 1882, Thomas Edison began the electrification. When he switched on the Pearl Street station, you might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum company. American electricity was fueled by coal for decades to come, well into the 20th century, not petroleum. Conversely, electrification saw a sharp decline in the need for oil for lamp lighting in homes. Yet this was more than offset by the increasing demand for oil areas. In the 1890s, there were rapid advances in the development of automobiles, and in the 19th would appear fueled by petroleum. Ships, which were huge fuel guzzlers, would soon be switching over to petroleum from coal as well. The scale of demand was mirrored in the size of crude oil production in the US during this period. Around 1870, there were less than 5 million barrels of oil being produced in the United States every year. By the end of the century, that figure had increased 12-fold to nearly 60 million, and it then nearly doubled by the mid-1900s as new wells in Oklahoma and Texas came on stream. Standard Oil would play a role in all of this, and it would soon see John D. Rockefeller becoming the world's richest man and first billionaire. Much of that lay in the future. Back in the early 1880s, over the Tidewater Pipe was a sign that Rockefeller's opponents were gaining strength. More worryingly, he and 8 colleagues were indicted by the Pennsylvania state government for monopolizing the oil business. Rockefeller was sufficiently alarmed by these that he announced an end to the railroad rebates, and the cases against Standard Oil were dropped. This coincided with a finding by the Hepburn Committee of the New York State Assembly that the rebates were unlawful. However, the intervention came too late, as Standard Oil had already exploited them to achieve its dominant position in the market. Having lost his advantages from the railroads, Rockefeller was even more determined to face down Tidewater. Rockefeller soon discovered Byron Benson also preferred cooperation to enabling him to Tidewater market share agreement the following year. Acted through subordinates to cover his tracks, it was true that his sprawling business empire was becoming difficult to control. Many states forbade companies from state lines, so the Standard Oil Act consisted of 41 separate companies. In a Standard Oil Trust, including Rockefeller, were appointed to the interests of the company's 37 stockholders. Although the arrangement did not become public until 6 years later, the creation of the Standard Oil Trust was a major innovation in American corporate history. Companies in other industries soon followed suit till the word the consolidation of the industry gravity further east, and in early 18 his family to New York City. In May 1885, company headquarters was formally transferred from Cleveland to a new 10-story office at 27th. Rockefeller continued to keep a low profile and limited his social activities to the Fifth Avenue Baptist Church. As his fame and notoriety concerned about poverty in cities, he didn't want to encourage dependency and was keen to ensure value for money for his contributions. In addition to Baptist causes, he favored donating to educational institutions, supporting schools for women, African Americans, and Native Americans. In 1882, Rockefeller began supporting a black women's college in Atlanta, Georgia, which was named Spelman Seminary. By offering favored cause in 1889, he offered $6,000 for the establishment of the This was in keeping titans of industry in the Gil Vanderbilts and Andrew Carnegie, who were some of the greatest of modern history. Endowed University throughout his career, Rockefeller was obsessive eye on the small fluctuations in the oil market by delegating operational authority to an executive. And were in prime position this Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee Parade. Next up was Paris. Although the family spent much of the trip visiting and admiring, Rockefeller had an opportunity to observe his international competitors up close. During the 1870s, oil was discovered near the Russian port of Baku on the Caspian Sea. In the meantime, the Parisian branch of the Rothschild, the Caspian and Black Sea Oil Company, built refineries on the eastern shore of the Adriatic to refine Baku. In 1890, Royal Dutch was founded in the Dutch East Indies to exploit oil fields in present-day Indonesia. And the following year, the London merchant Marcus Samuel set up what would become the Shell Transport and Trading Company, which merged with Royal Dutch in 1906 to form a rival business empire. The Asian market, taking offices in Europe.
So as we discussed,
Despite increasing foreign competition, even in an age before the Middle East became a major player Standard's control of their States remained seemingly 1880s standard revolution launch tanks, where the company's large fleet of tank wagons fill up before selling to customers. Rockefeller realized that he could control oil prices by changing oil standard issued certificates against the oil in its pipelines, which could be bought and sold, thereby creating the oil futures market. However, Rockefeller bemoaned the pricing power of speculators buying and selling oil futures. Standard rapidly expanded its marketing division to control local markets when Standard officials resorted to aggressive sales tactics by reducing prices to drive competitors out of the market. Rockefeller critics leaving Standard saddled with worthless assets, or that the demand for oil might collapse. Anxieties were not entirely missing, and Edison electrification 1880s threatened sales of illumination oil, though Rockefeller's interests in 1892 and 15 began publishing articles claiming that oil operated to secret agreements with the railroads. Lloyd's conscience. 1887, Congress set up the Interstate Commerce. This had little impact on it, which by then transported most of its oil through its pipelines. In 1819, Standard Oil of Ohio, mothballing Standard Oil of New Jersey, chartered under New Jersey. Carnegie soon made a deal with Rockefeller to buy his ore in exchange for a promise not to make steel as he stepped back from his business. His mother had died in March 1889, though his elusive father continued to live until 1906. Had his own health issues and suffered from Rabbbi driving him of his iconic bushy. By mid-1897, he left John Dustin Large Standard Oil, while retaining his title of president, set stake. Of Standard's business operations in his capacity to Coca-Cola and built golf courses at his estate. In 1896, Rockefeller donated to a Republican candidate, McKinley defeated the progressive Democrat with election, and Rockefeller's interests appeared to be secure. He devoted more time to philanthropic activities, and in 1901 he established the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research in New York, now Rockefeller University. He formed trusts for charitable purposes, enabling donors to pool their assets so they could be invested more efficiently. In the meantime, McKinley won re-election in 1900. Roosevelt filed dozens of suits through the Department of Justice. Rockefeller was also facing a new wave of criticism in the press after the journalist Ida Tarbell published a lengthy expose of steps to address Tarbell's accusations in public. In private, his father's shady past. John had became public knowledge for press investigation in 1908 and had fought back by sponsoring the publication of favorable books and articles, and Rockefeller sought to protect his standard appeal, and the judgment was overturned the following. Rockefeller supported the Ohio Republican William Taft to succeed Roosevelt as president. While Taft was temperamentally more conservative, he not only used Roosevelt's trust campaign, but expanded it. Although New Jersey had changed its laws to formalize Standard's holding company structure in 1909, a circuit court ordered the company to break up for violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. Although Standard appealed the decision through the federal court system, in May 1911, the Supreme Court dismissed the final appeal and gave the trust. By the time of the breakup, Standard supply and 70% of the refined oil market. Rockefeller fell down as president of Standard Oil of New Jersey, largest single entity by the Rockefeller family. Standing in the 34 independent companies that emerged from the dissolution of the monopoly, including entities that would become Conoco, Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil. The breakup gave the American public the opportunity to buy Standard shares for the first time, sending the stock skyrocketing. thus making Rockefeller the world's first billionaire by 1916. Flush with cash, Rockefeller proposed the creation by New York in 1913. Rockefeller contributed a total of $183 million to the foundation, which focused primarily on health and supported medical schools all over the world. Over time, Rockefeller gave away most of his wealth to his children, particularly John Jr., who had already been helping his father manage his investments and served as president of the Rockefeller Foundation. The younger Rockefeller had resigned from Standard's board in 1910 in the midst of a bribery scandal involving Archbold and devoted most of his time to topic activities. However, John Jr. was responsible for one of the family's deaths of Colorado fuel and iron, in which his father held workers went on strike against poor working conditions in 1913. Junior supported the company's efforts to the company attacked the strikers, killing over 20 men, women, and children. While Junior's actions against the strikers received the wholehearted support of his father, the former recognized the damage to the family's public image and used Rockefeller Foundation funds to support the miners' families. In September 1914, John and Laura Rockefeller celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary at Mecantico, but Laura had been in poor health and died the following spring. The widower endowed the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Foundation with $74 million to support religious and educational causes, and the organization later merged with the Rockefeller Foundation. After the United States entered the First World War in 19, he bought war bonds and supported Allied causes via the Philanthropic Foundation. He noted the irony of governments around the world encouraging oil firms to work together to supply fuel for military vehicles. In 1918, Rockefeller bought a winter home called the Casements at Ormond Beach in Florida. The house lay across the street from the Ormond Hotel, developed by his former business partner Henry Flagler, who moved to Florida in the 1880s. Flagler's for the 2 years of his life, realizing that prohibition had created and continued to make investments in the stock market, and lost nearly half of his remaining wealth in 1929. Having experienced a share of market cycles, he was undeterred and a constant Senator Clark Teagle, coincidentally the grandson of Rockefeller's first business partner, one of the largest commercial complexes he built. Despite his reputation for secrecy and reserve, as a jovial old man in his 90s, attained the wish that he would form just propaganda which all solid companies stopped working to a minute silence. Following the funeral, transferred to Lakeview Cemetery, where he was laid to rest alongside his mother and wife. A 70-foot-high obelisk was a giant of American industrial capitalism that exemplified America's Gilded Age century. Influenced in different ways by his mother's Baptist faith, richest man in history, by creating a monopoly out of America's fledgling oil industry. While his critics attacked him for nefarious business practices and secretively gave him an unfair advantage over his rivals, Rockefeller justified his actions by arguing that they were a necessary expedient to prevent the oil industry from competing itself out of existence. He never managed to create a full monopoly, and his market dominance was gradually eroded by international competition and government intervention at home. After taking a step back from standard in the 1890s, Rockefeller pursued, and the University of Chicago, Rockefeller University, and the Rockefeller Foundation continue to flourish in their respective fields over a century later. The Rockefeller family would play a economic and political life in the next decade. John Jr.'s son, Nelson Rockefeller, served as the Republican of New York when the World Trade Center was built in 1980 by his brother David. Nelson United States by Gerald Ford. In 1974, John D. IV, better known as Jay, and later Senator of West Virginia. Thus, Rockefeller not only built a company, but the U.S. government intervened to break it up into dozens of companies in 19. He also established one of America's great business and political dynasties. What do you think of John D. Rockefeller? Was he a visionary industrialist who nurtured the development in the comments section? And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. 1970, Cleveland, Ohio, a 30-year-old businessman and his partners incorporate the Standard Oil Company. Over the coming years, they build on their initial $1 million investment by buying other oil companies and refineries in Ohio and beyond. So that by 1890, Standard Oil is worth $100 million and controls over 90% of oil production. By the time he retires, the company's founder is Rabbbi, one of the most the world's first billionaire.
Involved in sometimes attacking surface sediments on the Black Sea coastline, but they're also involved in attacks on the
And Eliza Davison, with his money to appear to be a great doctor, selling safe potions many years earlier, was often two illegitimate daughters in tow. Following their departure, Eliza gave birth to Moravia, Faber Davison Farm. In 1843, Eliza gave the latter up, who died just before her second birthday. Despite business practices, Rockefeller achieved a level of respectability for a time during the 1840s in the town of Moravia and helped humanity. And the two elder boys, John and William Jr., were soon required to do much of the manual labor around the Rockefeller home. The boy handled responsibilities at a young age, something which this personal income and expenditures in a red lessened Ledger A. The book showed money Rockefeller making donations to charity. 9 was giving away 10% of his income, and while he favored Baptist causes, he also gave money to black churches and helped buy their freedom. He taught at Sunday school at the Erie Street Baptist Church in Cleveland and led the congregation in singing hymns. He also used his financial acumen to save the church by raising $2,000 from the congregation to pay off a demanding creditor, and as a rich man, he would credit God for making him wealthy. Despite an economic downturn in 1857, Bill Rockefeller was making good money too, and decided to build a large house in downtown Cleveland to bring his first family under a single roof for the first time in several years. While Bill funded the project, John was left in charge of supervising it and paying the contractors. John's success in managing the project seems to have convinced Bill that as his son was embarking on a journey that would make him the richest man in the world. Chief bookkeeper on $500 a year, considerably below Tuttle's salary of $2,000. With each partner investing $2,000 in the business, Rockefeller managed to save half the sum, but was forced 10% for the rest. The partnership proved a profitable venture, $400 in its first year, and $17,000 a need for cash flow to pay suppliers, who often recalled the moments. His habit of making risky deals, which paid off handsomely, set in a more conservative club. In April 1859, the firm shored up its stock unilaterally changed its Rockefeller believed that such indulgences, Rockefeller's timing was opportune to begin setting out on a business career, as with the end of the Mexican-American War and the inception of the California Gold Rush in 1848, having led to the opening of the American West. Mass of people from Europe, where overpopulation on the new steamships from the 1840s onwards also created the century and would reach 100 times in the mid-1910s. This huge explosion in the domestic labor market and the market for domestic production facilitated the emergence of new businesses and tycoons. On top of this, the U.S. was just beginning to enter into a period of more pronounced industrialization. Rockefeller began his business career. The revolution had begun in Britain in the 17th and had belatedly spread elsewhere in the first half of the 19th century. It really took off in most especially the US and Germany in the second half of the 19th century. All of these developments, the expansion of country to the Pacific Ocean, and mass industrialization, would see the United States emerge as the world's largest domestic economy by the end of the 19th century. When its colonial enormously successful in business, worked hard and took opportunities presented to him. But his timing was fortuitous and would contribute substantially to encourage the Confederate States of America to provide for his family, while Cleveland and Rockefeller and his business partners profited handsomely, with the profits from America's booming economy. While passing through western Pennsylvania in 1853, the New York lawyer George Bissell saw indigenous Seneca people use black rock oil for medicinal purposes. The following year, he formed a company that commissioned distinguished Yale scientist Dr. Benjamin Silliman to investigate the feasibility of using rock oil for both lighting still required a method of extracting oil at scale. In 1856, Bissell alighted upon the idea of men seeking to make their fortune. In the meantime, a Canadian geologist, Abraham Kessner, had developed a method of producing lamp fuel. Enthusiastic about the prospect, while Clark and Rockefeller joined two of Clark's brothers when he set up its operations at a site more than a mile away from downtown Cleveland, Pennsylvania. Oil fields, which opened in November, although Clark and Rockefeller initially regarded Rockefeller's improving financial, whom he first met at Cleveland High School more than a decade. Laura came from Cleveland's wealthier families. Rockefeller did not go. Neither was in a hurry to marry, and Rockefeller did not propose until March 1860. Laura gave birth to a daughter named Elizabeth in August 1866. The second daughter, Alice, followed in 1869, but died just after her first birthday. The family welcomed two more in 1871 and 1872, but it was not 1874 that the couple had their only son. Although several oil refineries had sprung up in Cleveland, Rockefeller's was one of the few which was sufficiently capitalized to weather extreme market volatility. While others saw what it is to get rich quick, Rockefeller retained a long-term perspective and proposed borrowing heavily to finance rapid expansion, believing the oil market would get bigger and bigger over time. When the cautious Clark voted down his proposal, Rockefeller prepared to break from the Clark and secured Andrew's support. When Rockefeller auction for the company, Rockefeller had been talking to several bankers and was immediately responded with $72,500 and Clark gave Rockefeller 15th February 1865. The news at the Excelsior refinery responsible for the management of the business, leaving scientific and technical details to Andrews. A few weeks later, at Appomattox Court, the surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on the 12th of April by President Lincoln's assassination on the 15th of peacetime conditions would benefit the emerging oil end of the Civil War, not only the triumph of freedom slavery, but of industrial agrarianism. As the war had very much been a clash between an urban industrial northern states and a rural agricultural confederacy in the south, oil, cotton is king now. Commerce. Despite its potential, the industry was still in its infancy, and explosions were common, and fortunes were lost as often as they were made. In December, no the Standard Works and placed his brother with the refiners in Cleveland at profitability by selling a wide range of byproducts. By having its own barrel-making plants, shipping facilities, and railroad cars, the company had greater control over expenses. American oil quickly made its way onto the international market, and in 1866, William Rockefeller established an office in New York City to build relationships with Wall Street bankers and manage the firm's exports. Although Rockefeller borrowed heavily his early days, partnership to become Rockefeller Andrews Flagler. 9 years older than Rockefeller, Flagler had also been born in upstate New York. Before the two men were first acquainted in the 1850s, and Rockefeller served as his agent. And Hewitt and Tuttle contributed $100,000 in capital for a third of the business. Rockefeller and Flagler had their desks opposite each other and worked seemingly dispatched. Not long after Flagler was placed in charge of the firm's negotiations with the railroads and oil fields. Rockefeller's England location allowed him to buy Lake Erie, allowing him to negotiate the best freight rates in stiff competition with each other. To undermine the Erie and New York Central Rail traffic, J. Gould and the Erie Railroad, while Flagler secured a major discount with the Lake Shore Rail part of the New York Central network. In return, Flagler offered to supply 60 carloads a day, a significant commitment which the Rockefeller refineries could not fulfill. Rockefeller used his position in the market to coordinate shipments from rival Cleveland firms at preferential rates. In a measure of the railroad's eagerness to seal the deal, when Rockefeller said that he did not have the time to meet Cornelius Vanderbilt, the 74-year-old owner of the New York Central, and Vanderbilt visited the 9-year-old Rockefeller at his office instead. The late stream, since it enabled Rockefeller to consolidate his leading position in the market, the Rockefeller partnership was the world's largest producer, 1,500 barrel output at that time. Laura Rockefeller moved to a brick house on 424 Euclid nicknamed Millionaires Row, many of them owned by new rich figures from the oil and rail industries. The Rockefeller house itself was relatively modest, since John was not inclined to show off his wealth and disliked ostentatious displays of it throughout much of his life. Notably in this regard, the later decision to establish the Rockefeller Center in downtown Manhattan as a highly visible symbol of the family's wealth and power was not driven by him and was the vision of his son and heir in the 1930s, John Jr. And then you have Rockefeller's initiative. In 1872, they were primarily brought up by they had the opportunity around the house. While Rockefeller had become a market leader in the refinement, the lure of black gold had attracted such an arrangement allowed customers while ensuring that the industry remained profitable. He required substantial capital to access outside investment. In January 1870, Rockefeller Standard Oil Company. The company had its first outside investor in William's brother-in-law, Oliver B. Jennings, who made a fortune in the California gold rush and invested $100,000 for a 10% stake. The senior executives aligned their incentives with investors by refusing a salary and instead relied on dividend payments and share price appreciation. Although 1870 was one of the toughest years in the oil industry up to that time, Standard could pay first year. When prices continued to decline, Standard was still profitable enough to set dividend. Anticipating further turbulence in the market, in 1872, Standard Oil raised another $2.5 million with his massive war chest. Rockefeller was ready to bring the rival Cleveland refineries into the Standard Oil family. While Rockefeller was preparing to consolidate the oil industry, fierce competition among the railroad in 1871, Rockefeller was approached about an alliance of Pennsylvania and New York Central Railroads. They agreed to double freight prices overnight while offering generous rebates to a select number of refineries. factories in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, who would form the deceptively named South Improvement Company. Standard Oil was to serve as an impartial umpire to guarantee agreed quotas of traffic between the three lines. The higher rates and causing significant oil producers significant disruption to Standard Oil's operations. By trying to acquire and March 1872, Standard carried out the so-called Cleveland Massacre by buying out 22 of its 20 became a valued member of the Standard Oil. Rockefellers involved in the South Improvement aggressive consolidation of the oil industry in the press by critics who argued that he was one of his rivals out of existence and buying up their asset a quarter of the world's output at the time. Forced to sell their mansions on Euclid Avenue for the rest of their days. Rockefeller later justified his actions by resorting to stabilize the market would give industrial work rather than hiring and firing them in accordance with the boom and bust cycle. Standard's economies of scale enabled Rockefeller to pay his workers more than the industry average. During Standard's early years, and knew all his employees. Nevertheless, the accusation emerged in the 1870s industry in the United States and was abusing his market position. It was an issue which dogged him for half a century and would eventually result in the breaking up of Standard Oil later. Despite Cleveland, the railroads placed Standard at a disadvantage compared to the refiners in the oil regions out further west. In response, refiners in May 1872 had formed the National Refiners Association, an arrangement popularly known as the Pittsburgh Plan. The association would collectively negotiate lower prices with the railroads and guarantee profits for smaller refiners in return for production caps. When Rockefeller struggled to convince the Western refiners to sign up, he reached out to firms in New York and Philadelphia. He was soon irritated by smaller refiners exceeding their production quotas, forcing Standard to reduce its own output. were buying oil at $5 a barrel, double the market price, and drew the prices down to $2. Frustrated by widespread violations of the agreements, Rockefeller believed that the only way he could stabilize the market was to, known as the Panic of 1873, caused as Standard Oil still remained profitable, despite Rockefeller set his sights on the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia refineries, adopting the same theories in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. After 6 hours of inconclusive talks, Rob Cleveland, to examine Standard could sell kerosene for a profit at a price below his own. The deal sent shockwaves through the system as Rockefeller expanded his footprint in New York by acquiring Chapman that Rockefeller preferred, with many smaller recognized that it was better to give the impression of a competitive market to avoid a political backlash. In the mid-1870s, he continued to acquire refineries. In the process, many former critics, birds, the most prominent was the 27-year-old John T. Archbold, who had been one of the most vociferous opponents of the South Improvement Company scheme. Archbold became a senior figure at Standard Oil and represented Rockefeller in negotiations with producers. In September 1875, the Acme was founded with Archibald as president to serve as a front for Standard's acquisition of New York. A few remaining independents in West Virginia that oil to Baltimore via the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. In May 1875, Rockefeller acquired J.N. Camden and Company in Chicago to buy up the refineries in West Virginia. The American oil industry, which meant the global oil industry, reached New York Central roads, he was in conflict with the Pennsylvania Railroad. When the Pennsylvania set up the Empire Transportation Company to acquire oil pipelines in 1873, Rockefeller responded by building his own pipeline network. With Rockefeller tightening his grip on the market, Empire began to acquire its own refineries, and in 1877, Pennsylvania took advantage of a dispute between Rockefeller and producers exploiting a new oil field. Tom Scott backed down and offered to sell all of the Empire Transportate's assets to Standard Oil for $3.4 million. Standard scrambled to buy up tracts of land, while company officials bribed legislators to the acceleration of Standard Oil. Railway boom was reaching its peak in the late 1870s. Consumer classes meant the consumption were constantly expanding a wide range of industrial activities. There were challenges as well. In September 1882, Thomas Edison began the electrification of America when he switched on the Pearl Street station in Manhattan. While we might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum companies, the American electricity fueled by coal for decades to come well into the 20th century, not petroleum. Electrification saw a sharp decline in the need of oil for lamplighting in homes. Yet this was more than offset by the increasing demand for Standard Oil's product in other areas of society. In the 1890s, for instance, there were rapid advances in the development of automobiles, and in the 1900s, Ford's Model T would appear, fueled by petroleum. Ships, which were huge fuel guzzlers, would soon be switching over to petroleum from coal as well. The scale of demand was mirrored in the size of crude oil production in the US during this period. Around 1870, there were less than 5 million barrels of oil being produced in the United States every year. By the end of the century, 60 million doubled by the mid-1900s, as new wells in Oman oil would play a role in all of this, and it would soon see John D. Rockefeller becoming the world's richest man and first billionaire. Much of that future, back in the early 1880s, Rockefeller's opponents were gaining strength. Worryingly, he and 8 colleagues were indicted by the Pennsylvania state government for monopolizing the oil business. Rockefeller was sufficiently alarmed by these developments that he announced an end to the railroad rebates, and the cases against Standard Oil were dropped. This coincided with a finding by the Hepburn Committee of the New York State Assembly that rebates were unlawful. However, the intervention came too late. soon discovered that Byron Benson preferred cooperation to mission, and the two parties entered in pretty stake entitled to favorable market share agreements of the country, and was argued that with businesses such as Standard Oil, it was but that he would intervene as soon as he became of gravity further east, and in early 1884, Rockefeller moved his family to company headquarters, was formerly transferred from Cleveland to a new 10-story, despite moving to the country's economic capital, and limited his sexual activities to Baptist Church. As his fame and notoriety increased, he was flooded with correspondence asking for charitable donations. While Rockefeller was concerned about poverty in cities, he did not want to encourage dependency and was keen to ensure value for money for his contributions. Baptist causes, he favored donating to educational institutions, supporting schools and Native Americans. In 1882, Rockefeller began supporting college in Atlanta, Georgia, which was named Spelman Seminary of his in-laws who donated alongside him. Rockefeller sought to encourage others to contribute his favored causes by offering matching donations. In 1889, he offered $600 to the University of Chicago, which was founded in 1892, and he continued to give liberally to the institution throughout the remainder of his life. Titans of industry in the Gilded Age, such as the Vanderbilts and Andrew Carnegie, who were some of the great philanthropists of modern history, endowing universities, making large charitable bequests, and establishing great civic buildings like Carnegie Hall in New York City. Throughout his career, Rockefeller worked hard and kept an obsessive eye on the smallest fluctuations in the oil market. By delegating operational authority in London, the family stayed at a hotel in Piccadilly and were in a position to witness Queen Victoria's golden tulip and admiring the natural scenery. Rockefeller employees. During his travels in Europe, Rockefeller had an opportunity to observe his international competitors up close. Caspian Sea. Now the capital of Azerbaijan. Russian marketed the Nobel Prizes. In the Qatar, the Caspian and Black Sea Oil Company and built refined crude oil from Baku. In 1890, Royal Dutch was founded in the Dutch East Indies to markets in present-day Indonesia. And the following year, the London merchant Marcus Samuel set up what would become the Shell Transport and Trading Company, which merged with Royal Dutch in 1907 to form a rival business that dominated the Asian market. Rockefeller responded to these developments by establishing Standard's own marketing offices in Europe. Despite increasing foreign competition, even in an age before the Middle East became a major player in the world oil market, Standard's control of the domestic market in the United States unassailable. Owing to its control in the early 1880s, Standard revolutionized by storing refined oil in large tanks. Rockefeller realized that he could control oil prices by changing oil storage costs depending on market conditions. Standard issued certificates against the oil in its pipelines, which could be bought and sold, creating the oil futures market. However, Rockefeller bemoaned the pricing power of speculators buying and selling oil futures, and its marketing division to control local markets. And Standard officials resorted to aggressive sales tactics by reducing prices to drive competitors out of the market. Rockefeller answered critics by merely stating that the company wanted to sell to poor Americans. He also defended the company's profitability by arguing that the oil fields could run dry, leaving Standard assets, or that the demand for oil might collapse. These anxieties were not entirely misplaced. Electrification, worked in the early 1880s, threatened sales of illumination oil. Though Rockefeller's interests allowed him to take advantage of the shift towards gas lighting. In 1892, the 53-year-old John D. Rockefeller became the richest man in the world, following the death of railroad tycoon Jay Gould. $100 million to his name. Publishing articles claiming that Standard Oil owed its oil monopoly to its secret agreements with Dow or Crush and former Standard. In 1887, Congress set up the Interstate Commerce Commission to regulate standardized freight rates. This had little impact on Standard, which by then transported most of its oil through its pipelines. In 18, Congress passed the Sherman Antitrust and Monopolistic Behavior, and in 1892, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that Standard Oil of Ohio must leave the trust. Rockefeller continued to manage the business as a consolidated entity by transforming Standard Oil of New Jersey, chartered under New Jersey laws, but registered at 26 Broadway, into a holding company. In 1893, Rockefeller clashed with steel tycoon Andrew Carnegie and was troubled by Rockefeller's investments in iron ore. The dispute was easy for the newspaper cartoonists, but Carnegie soon made a deal with Rockefeller to buy his ore in exchange for a promise not to make steel. In the same year, Rockefeller bought the estate of Pocantico Hills, some 20 miles north of New York City. Pocantico became a retreat for Rockefeller as he stepped back from his business. His mother had died in March 1889, though his elusive father continued to live until 1906. Alopecia, a rare disease that caused hair loss, depriving him of his iconic bushy moustache. By mid-1897, he left John Dustin Archbold in charge at Standard Oil, while retaining his title of president and his 30% stake. He relied on his son, John Jr., to keep him informed of Standard's business operations in his capacity as vice president. In 1899, Rockefeller took over defeated the Progressive Democrats Bryan in the general. Rockefeller's interests appeared to be secured in 1901. He established the Rockefeller Institute for charitable purposes, enabling donors to pool their assets so they could be in 1900. An anarchist the following year, and was succeeded by his vice president, Theodore Roosevelt, of suits against monopolies through the Department under the Sherman Antitrust Act and around Mark Hanna. But after the New York senator's death in February, criticism in the press, after the journalist Ida Tarbell father operated production and refining facilities, price manipulation, ownership structures, while Rockefeller refused to address Tarbell's accusations in public, but he was infuriated when the media began to dig up father's shady past, father's bigamous marriage. Since the 1880 became public knowledge, press investigation in 1908. Whilst by sponsoring the publication of favorable books and articles, and Rockefeller sought to protect his reputation by inviting reporters to his golf courses, Standard was facing an increasing number of lawsuits from federal and state governments, and Rockefeller often tried to avoid being served court papers. In a high-profile case from 1907, federal judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis fined Standard over $29 million in relation to railroad rebates. Standard appealed, and the judgment was overturned the following year. In 1908, Rockefeller supported the Ohio Republican William Howard Taft to succeed Rose president. While Taft was temperamentally more conservative, he not only continued Roosevelt's trust-busting campaign, but expanded it. Although New Jersey had changed its laws to formalize Standard's holding company structure in 1909, a circuit court ordered the company to break up for violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. Although Standard appealed the decision, the federal trust 6 months to disband. By the time of breakup, Standard controlled 14% of the crude oil supply and 70% refined oil market. Rockefeller formally stood down as president of Standard Oil, become Conoco, Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil. Opportunity which was chartered by New York Rockefeller contributed a total of $183 million to the fund, which focused primarily on health and subject medical schools. Rockefeller Foundation had resigned from Standard's board in 1910 in the midst of a bribery scandal involving Archibald, and devoted most of his time to was his darkest moments in his capacity as director of fuel which his father had held went on strike against all working conditions. Break the strike in April 1914. New Jersey, which was experiencing a renewed help to revive New York City's economic fortunes by financing it to 100. It all just short of Gigantico, Jerusalem 5-foot-high obelisk, at the time the line ways by his mother's Baptist faith, while his critics attacked him for nefarious business and his market dominance with any significant philanthropic project. The Rockefeller family would play a prominent role in American economic and political life in the decade of New York. Vice President of the United States by Gerald Ford in 1974, served as governor of Arkansas. John Jr.'s grandson, John D. Rockefeller, the U.S. government intervened to break it up in companies in 1911. He also established great business and political dynasties. Was he a visionary industrialist who none nurtured the development of the Americans and monopolization? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the
the laws of agriculture so backward. I think it's some sort of and it's literally and universally, but it's definitely coalesced thinking rebellion for traditions. The Massachusetts, the so-called enlighteners, so we'll have much more in Q&A hopefully. The enlightened masculine, I like to term them as expulsion of and they say we should rather be exception of the second millennial, the modern era, as kind of like a leveling factor that regardless of one's personal beliefs and practices. So we're seen as kind of like a safe meeting site for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Christians and Muslims. This rebellion of expansion sees, in a way, correction as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero, we will see some of the 18th and 19th to look backwards to figures that they feel are such as quite a bit earlier. We talked about 8 seconds before the time we're talking about.
It is the 10th of January 1870. In Cleveland, Ohio, a 30-year-old businessman and his partners incorporate the Standard Oil Company. Over the coming years, they build on their initial wonder by buying up smaller oil companies and refineries across Ohio and beyond. So that by 1890, Standard Oil is worth $100 million and controls over 90% of U.S. oil production. By the time he retires, the company's founders and most influential men in the histories, and indeed the world. His name, John D. Rockefeller, the world's first billionaire.
Named themselves after Rothschild schools, as you've seen, as one of these figures was able to add Jewish knowledge together in such
The man history as John D. 18th of July 1839 in the Sauk State. Rockefellers arrived in North America. Around 1720. Herbal doctor as garden and potency to cure all sorts of ailments. Quack doctors of this kind were very common in the early 19th century. An all-round con artist, William subsequently used the money he made from selling his supposed medicines to loan out money at usurious rates to poor farmers, often with the specific aim of later acquiring their properties when they could not pay him back. An unscrupulous character, he would later be arraigned in court for sexual assault and violent conduct involving gun possession. In late 1836, while William Rockefeller was roving around the countryside near Richmond, he met Eliza Davison, charmed her with his wild tales. In engaged to a beautiful woman named Nancy Brown. Eliza Rockefeller was the youngest daughter of John Davison, a rich farmer who lived between Niles and Moravia in New York State, some 30 miles to the north. Eliza's mother had died when she was a child after taking a pill sold by a man claiming to be a traveling doctor. John Davison, a Scots-Irish man, was accordingly quite suspicious of his daughter's desire to marry. Eliza found her same roof as Nancy Brown, whom Bill had engaged as his housekeeper. It was soon apparent that Nancy's duties went beyond her job. According home, Nancy back to her parents with her two illegitimate daughters in tow. Following their departure 3 miles away from the Davison farm, birth to another daughter, 55, twins Frank Francis, the daughter of whom died just before her second birthday. Bill Rockefeller achieved a level of respectability for a time during the 1880s in the town of Moravia and held a local school. At the same time, Bill worked beneath his dignity, and the two elder boys, John and William Jr., to the manual labor around the home. The boys were given adultery, an era when children as young as 9 or 10 years old were often expected to contribute finances by finding work of some kind, with William Jr. to mature quickly. John attended the school established by his father. Although he was not exceptionally bright, he had a natural aptitude for mental arithmetic. He was a little introverted boy who lacked the exuberance of his peers, but he was patient. When playing chess or checkers, he would take his time considering every move, an approach which frustrated his opponents and caused them to lose. Cool reflection was encouraged by his mother, who had time and cause over the years to reflect. It was a time of economic and territorial expansion in the States, and John T. Rockefeller was a prophet. At the age of 7, he came upon a nest of turkey chicks in the woods and raised the veil. John's childhood desire to make money, though he would come to recognize his father's numerous character flaws. As a child, John lionized his father as a strong, athletic man who took his children hunting and fishing and entertained them at home by singing songs and playing the violin. While the family experienced long periods of anxiety while Bill was away, he would return with generous gifts and large amounts of cash earned by both fair and foul means. Among Bill's more legitimate enterprises, potential customers generally offered generous wages to his workers, paid his debts on time, and carried out his contractual responsibilities. John's own business later in life for his father's. He would avoid the controversies that dogged his father, though. After being indicted for sexual assault in 1849, Bill Rockefeller left to Owego near the Pennsylvania border. It may have been around this time, and in adult life, he avoided his father, who was an 1852 prestigious Owego Academy, but after a few months, Bill joined. The unwelcome news was connected to the Dutch act across the frontier in Canada, and in 1852, teenager conveniently neglected to mention the presence of his wife and 5 children south of the border, and in June 1855, William Rockefeller contracted a bigamous marriage with Allen. William realized that he did not have the financial means to maintain 2 families and encouraged his eldest son to find work. After taking a 3-month of all the businesses he wanted to work for and visited them in person, in 4 weeks he had no luck, and his father suggested that he could always join him roaming the country. The appalling prospect of doing so galvanized John to continue searching. 5. The small merchant firm Hewitt and Tuttle hired him as an assistant bookkeeper. For the rest of his life, he would celebrate the 26th of September as Job Day in detail for every single cent to ensure that his employers avoided being swindled by their clients. He arrived at the office at 6:30 a.m. in the morning and often did not return home until after 10 p.m. at night. Upon starting work at Hewitt and Tuttle, Rockefeller began keeping track of his personal income and expenditures in a red notebook he christened Ledger A. The book showed as soon as he started earning money, Rockefeller was making donations to charitable causes. He also used his funds to save the church by raising $2,000 from the economic downturn in 1857. Bill to bring his first family under a single several years. While Bill found supervising it and paying the contract, John's success in managing the project seems to have convinced Bill that it would soon make. Bill would doubtlessly have hung around to try and face it. Rockefeller was promoted to chief, considerably below total salary of $2,000 to $600. He began trading commodities on his own account as the pay dispute dragged on. Rockefeller and his English Rabbbi formed their own trading house. With each to save half the sum, but was forced to take a loan of $1,000 from his father, sent for the rest. The partnership proved a profit of $100 in its first year, $17,000 in its second. However, need for cash flow to pay suppliers who often recalled the debt at inopportune moments. Rockefeller's habit of making risky deals, which paid off handsomely, set him at odds with a more conservative Clark. In April 1859, the firm shored up its capital by bringing in George Gardner, a former colleague of Clark's, who hailed from one of the leading families in Cleveland and would later serve as its mayor. Rockefeller felt understandably slighted when the firm to Clark, Gardner and Company. He was also irritated that afternoon. Rockefeller believed that such indulgences would undermine the firm's ability to access credit. Eventually, Gardner withdrew from the partnership in late 1882. The firm reverted. Rockefeller's timing was opportune, setting out on a business career to embark on a period of immense expansion and economic growth. The country was expanding swiftly. California gold rush in 1848, having led to the opening of the American West. Mass migration of millions of people from Europe, where overpopulation was a growing problem, on the new steamships from the 1840s onwards, also created a population boom in America. The U.S. population in 1850 was around 23 million people. It reached 50 million people around 1880, 75 million around facilitated the emergence of new businesses type. This fire was taken into account. Fire was a railway boom linked to America in the 1850s and 1860s. And there was also a growing awareness as well in business. Rockefeller worked hard and took the opportunities presented to him. His timing was November 1860. Rockefeller later claimed that he served the Union cause. He decided to provide for his family $100 each for a substitute. Their youngest brother Frank enlisted in North-South trade during the war. Benedict and Rockefeller and his business partners profited handsomely from his commodity trading partnership. Rockefeller now entered the nascent oil industry. During the 1850s, America's booming economy created a demand for lighting that was outstripping the dwindling supply of Weyer, Pennsylvania. In 1853, a New York lawyer, George Bissell, saw in his black Rockwell for medicinal purposes. The following year, he commissioned distinguished Yale scientist Dr. Benjamin Silliman to investigate the feasibility of using rock oil for both lighting and lubrication. Silliman's research potential of rock oil or petroleum. Bissell lighted upon the idea of drilling inspired by brine wells used for salting. He dispatched Edwin Drake to Pennsylvania, and after several August 1859, it did not take long for the area to be teeming with men. In the meantime, geologist Abraham Kessler developed a method of producing love, which he called kerosene, using petroleum. As the oil boom began in Cleveland, Clark and Rockefeller began handling small shipments of crude site more than a mile away from downtown adjacent to the Rockefeller initially regarded oil as a sideline to the business. The refinery was already more profitable than the rest of the business in its first year. Rockefeller's improving financial prospects encouraged him married to Laura Celeste, whom he first met. Intelligent the commercial mind of her own. Laura came from one of Cleveland's February 1865, the new Rockefeller and Andrews partnership 12 ambitions would benefit the emerging oil industry. The end of known as the Standard Works and placed his brother William in charge. The enterprise was the ability by made its way onto the international market, and in 1865 in New York City to build Wall Street bankers and manage the firm's exports. Before moving to Ohio, the two men acquainted in the 1850s when Flagler was working as part of the Flagler's stepbrother, one of the richest men in Cleveland, $100,000 in capital for a third of the business. Rockefeller and Flagler had their desks opposite each other and worked opinion before being the partnership was placed in charge of the firm's negotiations with the roads. Transportation was one of the most significant costs of the refinery, and Rockefeller benefited from most of the oil fields. Rockefeller's clean location allowed him to transport his oil by water across the ground through the city, allowing him to negotiate the best. The railroads were also in station with each other. The Pennsylvania Railroad to undermine the Erie and Central Railroads, which depended on Cleveland traffic. Jay Gould of the secured a major discount with the Lake Railroad. Part of the New York Central network. In return, Flagler offered to supply 60 carloads a day to coordinate shipments from rival Cleveland firms at preferential rates. In a measure of visited the 29-year-old Rockefeller at his Lakeshore deal had made his leading position in the market. By 1869, appeal. John and was the bishop and heir in the 19th, John Jr., had their new home and formed a quartet which performed children's upbringing and his peers. They were primarily the children were drawn to be some sense of their father's ever increasing wealth. Instead, Rockefeller taught his children to keep detailed accounts of the income they says competition. Out of the chaos of the American oil industry, he envisaged the industry as a network of interrelated companies that would be from economies of scale to reduce costs, which allowed customers to benefit from lower prices while ensuring that William as vice president and Flagler as secretary fortune in the California gold rush and invested $100,000 for a 10% stake. The senior executives aligned their incentives with investors by reviewing fierce competition among the railroads was having offering generous rebates to a select health improvement company. Standard Oil was to serve as an impartial umpire to guarantee in 1872, leading to strikes among oil producers and causing significant disruption to share of the market than ever before, one which would allow them to navigate these problems. In the 3 months between December 1871 and March 1872, Standard carried out the was a Civil War veteran who Rockefeller had as accounts. He was bewildered by its profitability, agreed to sell. He soon became a valued member of the Standard Oil organization. The company caused him to be vilified in the press by rivals out of existence, assets at a fraction of their true value. He bought refineries, which a quarter of the world's output at the time. Many of Rockefeller's rivals were forced to sell their mansions on Euclid Avenue, and nursed a bitter and swept them all out of business. Rockefeller industrial workers greater rather than hiring and firing them in accordance with the boom and bust cycle. Standard's economies of scale enabled Rockefeller and knew all his employees by name. Nevertheless, the accusation emerged and was abusing his market position. It was an issue which dogged him for half a century and would eventually result in the breaking up of Standard Oil decades later. Despite his victory in Cleveland, the railroads is undertaking to implement placed Standard at a disadvantage in the West. In response, Rockefeller entered into an alliance with the Pittsburgh refiners in May 1872 and formed the National Refiners Association, an arrangement popularly known as the Pittsburgh Plan. The association would collectively negotiate lower prices with the railroads, profits for refiners in turn for production caps. When Rockefeller struggled Western refiners to sign up, he reached out to firms in New York and Philadelphia. He was soon irritated by his own output, while other firms which remained outside the cartel with higher prices without being subject to any quota. He came to an agreement with producers to buy oil at $5 a barrel, double the market price. In exchange quotas, in by the prices, oil producers exceeded their quotas and drove prices down to $2. As the panic of 1873 is a 6-year depression, during which crude oil prices plummeted to under 50 cents a barrel. As Standard Oil still remained profitable, despite only operating 2 of its 6 large refineries in Cleveland. Following the failure of the Pittsburgh Plan, Rockefeller sites on the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia refineries, adopting the same playbook as in Cleveland. 1874, Rockefeller and Flagler met with Charles Lockhart and William G. Borden, the proprietor. After 6 hours of inconclusive talks, Rockefeller invited Borden to Cleveland to examine Standard's books. Once Borden realized that Standard could sell kerosene for a profit at a price below his operating costs, he and Lockhart agreed to join forces with Rockefeller. The deals waves through the system, and with Viacom Charles Pratt and Company, the deal was kept secret, an arrangement preferred with many smaller refiners since he reckoned to give the impression of a competitive market to avoid a political backlash. In the mid-1870s, he continued to acquire refineries. In the process, many former critics became standard converts. The most prominent was the 27-year-old John D. Archbold, who had been one of the most vociferous opponents of the South Improvement Company scheme. Archbold became a senior figure at Standard Oil and represented Rockefeller in negotiations with producers. In September 1875, the Acme Oil Company to serve as a front for Standard series. While Rockefeller controlled all the oil headed to New York, a few remaining independent to buy up the refineries in West Virginia. Master of the American oil industry, which effectively meant the Blood Transportation Company to acquire oil pipelines in by building his own pipeline network. Rockefeller tightening his grip to the Erie and New York Central, Pennsylvania to fire hundreds of workers and triggering a strike. All of the Empire Transportation Company's assets, which Rockefeller had to pay for out of his own pocket because Pennsylvania's market-leading position. Standard network, and by 1879, it almost the entire pipeline system in the country, in addition to 90% of refining capacity. When Titusville producer Byron Benson, Tidewater Pipeline Company, build 100 legislators to vote down pipeline bills. These efforts, the Tidewater Pipeline was completed in May 1879. The acceleration of American economic activity and innovation around this time facilitated the enormous enrichment of Rockefeller Railway pool, reaching its peak in the late 1870s, and into the rising consumer classes meant that production and consumption were constantly expanding, and oil was needed for a wide range of industrial activities. Still, there were challenges as well. In September 1880, America, when he switched on the Pearlman Abbey. While we might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum companies, American electricity grid was fueled by coal for decades trade, not petroleum. Conversely, electrification saw a sharp decline in the need for oil for lamp lighting in homes. was more than offset by the increasing demand for Standard Oil's product in other areas of the economy and society. In the 1890s, for instance, there were rapid advances in the development of automobiles. In the 1970s, there were less than 5 million produced in the United States every year. By the end of the century, that figure had increased 12-fold to hundreds as new wells in Oklahoma stream. Standard Oil would play a role in all of this, and it soon see John D. Colleagues were indicted by the Pennsylvania Standard Oil were dropped. His coincided with a finding by the head
at that time. But certainly, as you go through the 19th century, it's no equally well known as nostalgia. But the way to that was in respect to Talmud, or the Kabbalah, say the nostalgia, we consider it the holy of holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud, all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took, esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay. Get a they engage in quadrennions, which are like with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of stage, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at and see that this knockout today, because we're cherishing, and a lot of this knockout on the other hand can also, shuckle. Violence That was probably an they were following the teachings of Shabbos out in a similar order like this, which were objective and easy to quantify, to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge of intimacy. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the tips, said, wait a second, what is going on here? To meet with the Roma Gaon to explain where they're coming from. They say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true and things like that. But the Roma Gaon would not believe it. This Nagdian pronounced more bad in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Hasidic texts shortly as well. Who are now, demographic, quite strong. So they issued 1781. Issued in 1781 against the Hasidic in the sense to kind of execute already to the already found so many women find themselves primarily this is one of the great centers of erosion, northern, in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is really the Talmud itself, the commentator, for a really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that there are like maybe what is it actually want to do? This is kind of reinforce through fire, but so the Stockton counter by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah or the Stockton movement. Have a look at this book, a little dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like the 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes. Possible much of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim, and there was certainly being the leader of the dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rebbe, depending on the specific. There were some of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite rural. All these things were with great skepticism, with lavish on their intellectual, spiritual resources. So we've had a chance to look at the conflict that grew in the spirit, but now we've got to go to and then all of a sudden, and said that either Christianity or submit to a debate. Really unfair kind of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure Lara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure suddenly came into enforced conflict. Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks. He came out then with a great book, which is the first really masculine book that had been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between the life of Jews in the full sense of the term. However, he managed to common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German, and can be understood actually very well. And he was regarded as widely regarded and celebrated Ashkenaz his emancipation, like dispense with. For our purpose, discourse of his era, and that was his principal expressive of his accept the bargain that they, the traditional Orthodox lifestyle, and still be accepted by general society, and they are greater adapt. Describe with ridicule experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was Hasidic court of the Rabbbi of Nazareth himself. He actually portrays, but nevertheless, he moved on from that. He went to a success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents different directions that he took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn tried with limited success to create a movement that really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was 1972. Basically, a number of figures approached the local Rothschild and said, "There's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased." And the group said, "That's kidding. That's I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event." And they said, "Well, who's the worst at is the Jews," which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial, in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic, the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper supervision of their death certificate. someone who was prematurely buried and we were able to dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to, you got to help us out here. Also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov, who was a traditionalist, but said, There's also a huge difference in the significant amounts of Jews carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. Not in German culture that these masculine revered. The poetry is really attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German was not such a big chasm. And it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20s. Of the 18th century in comparison to literary heft. The Germans could, going into the century, it's true, the Russians really surged forward. In the 19th century, people like Tolstoy contacts so we have the business, but the eastern part, they themselves, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of the Jewish modern way of thinking. And so, the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of socialism, all these things, by the way, will be and set up a kind of like modern and some let me just conclude by the horrific nature of the persecution under St. Nicholas I. after this decree was next would be exempted from. But we should understand that Russian Egyptian was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. At 12, they would have to play on the Egypt, but they would spend 6 years in training camps. They would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, think that this is stiff. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education. Found out to his dismay, up in America actually, and the crown school system was widely expoliated by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until the Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities. First, with a very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you moment in Jewish history when the leaders had betrayed them. You can see this playing out in really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to wrap up, yes, it's like very interesting work looking at the grand scope of this triangular contract, Shalom al Yisrael. In there, he wrote the Torah, to purify his Talmud, and to hold it, to see them in Bolivia, which was in the south, to marshal devotion at the embers of and then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, like Moses Menachem. And ironically, what was Rabbbi at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, that the Haskalah moving in from the west hold in common, that basically dampened their concerns against the Haskalah, and one would only make notice to them each other over these things that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious day, 8 a.m. New York time, and it's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your attention. I look forward to continuing this discussion with you. Thank you. mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women or Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France or Alsace-Lorraine may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next after petition, the legislature saying it was a mistake, give Jews free access to the economy, removing all boundaries to their economic activities has been ruinous. That they've taken advantage of their far-flung and actually taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have, such as their literacy and numeracy, we've mentioned many times. And we are finding that a lot of non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of finance, money lending, things like that. And so there's the 18th century, and we won't go into the details of Napoleon getting involved in this. I thought we were talking about it in our republic. But what ended up happening is Napoleon, in his characteristic manner, said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn to the Jews and settle this once and for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated yes, they have this thing that hasn't met in like 2,000 years. This Sanhedrin was the great, assembly of what judges that would decide important cases way back in the ancient period, still were sovereign in their own land at the very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem, je suis Napoleon, I am Napoleon. Let us reconvene the great Sanhedrin. And so he said the reconstructing the great Sanhedrin because he has to ask us to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. And remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was the question, so people consider this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Masculine, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact we will be able to perhaps move our community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together not only for France but representatives from East Central Europe as well. This assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Simcha. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities, they felt that it was somehow blasphemous. Like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it. These Masculine, people who barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously of the Jewish community in Europe. But David Sintai, who was a very respected scholar, he'd written a major commentary on Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure with a tremendous gravitas, and his questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really France. By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, jusqu'à la mort, 2 hour deaths. Some really interesting kind of things that looked like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Napoleon was marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying? I can answer that was forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. Well, we have traditionally dissuaded from marrying non-Jews, but, and they really kind of twist themselves into pretzel to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere, and that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police? Subject themselves to French law, or the communal structure of the Kehillah? This is a real question. traded preference perhaps to becoming a Zionist. Here's an example that was coined by Jews to celebrate the ending of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, there's an emperor republic that was established in 79. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Pope who is kind of like crouching guys down in all mile fashion, tentatively reaching up from none other than the Holy astonishing images that actually portrays Napoleon in godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver presenting law finally to the Jews. It boggles my mind that people would actually think this is so appropriate, but nevertheless, as though state has this way of giving. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really is Ashkenazis. Going to skip rather quickly through much of it, focusing on it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Joseph II, who is especially associated with the emancipation that was happening in the year in Echo. The patent and the toleration there was issued in 1780, and it was different. It did not go as far as citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the content of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status, nevertheless, moderate to mild discrimination and on the consistency and of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this was not allowed to live in certain areas of that actually in a way when I first are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria, Hungary, or are we going to be subject to the whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of subject, as we shall continue in our second lecture. This back and forth in Central Europe had for the Jewish communities. Among German Jews, the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with the reform movement, which was called the liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, you know, one of the reasons why we're so different from regular Germans, we would just adopt things like those Sephardic Jews in southern France, then emancipation will be extended to us. And so was much more prepared to adopt the changes in Jewish religion. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion, the idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate and tend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. To Zion were removed in liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was the linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray a language or German language worship, so that she would understand basically what is going on. And so in the 1840s, when the reform movement moved significantly towards using German, now called essentially conservative America, they led by a man named Zacharias Frankel said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists who could be called latter part of the 19th century, what was happening to Jews with Peretz's major Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Peretz and Teichke. He said famously, sort of granted them the limited rights that were given to Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this actual trend would have huge impact over the 20th century as that slogan, Jews are our misfortune, would be picked up. So we'll return to that, God willing. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty has been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 80s, and the largest single chunk of Jews absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress. Now, we touched on some of the history that was happening. The previous Tsar Nicholas I, degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the Jews in his system, into the 1880s, there was a dramatic development, the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. Here in this picture with Stephen. He was traveling in a carriage with the socialist group Cambodia. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given I'll show you some other graphs from that particular article of the smoke that seems to be entirely out of the control of the Russians. In historiography in the 20th century in particular is that, for all there, but archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. So friendly to Jews, that these seem to be like spontaneous men who were riding the rails from town in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur overwhelmingly far more, and collapse, the modern boundaries shown there. The map of the Pale of settlement at its great. The Pale of settlement represents the region in which Chile allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper, but they were exceptional Jews. He was there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that. Or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, they were veterans who gone through the company system and were allowed their release from their 25-year military service to reside anywhere they wanted. So many of them formed these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or there's also lots of Jews who are living illegally in some places. There's actually a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev or Kiev, which was legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale settlement where most of the Dutch Jews live. I want to point out four charts from this remarkable research here in 2019, the early 20th century. You can see this huge waves which are larger in extent, but not nearly as vicious and murderous as the wave of the Rock. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917. 1920, which will comment later on. Now, the rock failures, as you can see, there's some correlation, but there are many, many years rock failures where there were no problems. Other factors, they look at political and things like that, and see that yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the first assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's events in Moscow, there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you both of those variables, you say, well, second major strategy was no, let's not let's not leave the Russian Empire. Let's change. And in this area, you see huge different political system, that of socialism, another problem later on down the way. Who says that this new political system is any good? Well, we need to then moving to some other country and repeating the whole process. The final homecoming to this proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement. Smaller group of Jews look to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration of the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. Essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of, but it ultimately informed the Federation movement of North America as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact not so much on the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the war period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the Talmud, rabbis, but these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in mass that was essentially adopted tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties to meet their values for the population as a whole. Now, the Jews chose to adopt after 1981, after the budget that so it never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum. Now, I'm familiar with many discussions like 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be the idea of the picture of the proletariat. Moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview, is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Ryan party led by the who essentially anticipated that we should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted. More extreme, we've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as Herzl, for a Jewish settlement, and it should be really a shame if we just want to Israel to consider structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this was complicated enough, but I have Rabbbi, which means east, and it was a so Rabbi Abraham Isaac Sure. should go on to understand how this was through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. Since the late 18th century, so all of a sudden, is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of Hungary. That empire will mantle significantly. There are tiny Remnant and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size of Austro-Hungary, themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually represents a totally new country that took the northern part to exist. Romania has significantly expanded, and look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map. See, Russia has us, Russia and the Union, which ultimately would be creating several, 15 actually, but still which ones those are. But basically, the old Russian Empire disappeared. So there's really Russia in 1917. The second one occurs in October of 1917. These quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then they were actually distinct. So why? Let us recall that right, it erupts in 1914. It was the first really major global conflict involving forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to Germany. soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat, they don't have enough their rifles to fight first because wasted by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they have the pistols are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it's really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing hot to the patron saint of Peter the Great, son of Henry, where I grew up in Northern. And after World War II, went back to swastika because that was a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted the Romanov dynasty fell. That was the end of the Russian Empire. Almost what was established in its way was a challenge of the official government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's a year. They haven't figured out how they're going to stay. So-called constituent assembly, a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get the vote of the population. Turned out to be their downfall while they were slowly, laborious creating this constituent assembly. The much more nimble, smaller, and Bolsheviks able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the constituent assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interim between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this constituent assembly, one of the most important things he did was, the very first decision actually, was to destroy the foundation, the legal foundation of the Pale and Alpha settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray. The Pale of settlement on Jewish citizenship were abolished by the government, which made it, great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews. A period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of relative populations of Jews and concentration. Very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in the right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. Far smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviet, the first communist state in a bold new experiment in attempting to he would eventually, conquer all regions of the globe. And the Soviets felt equally aggressively the idea of the ultimate capitalist with the waistcoat and appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same time. This is often, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in Jews and capitalism is very highly identified in the communist mind, and it leans towards some Semitic interpretation. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews can't win, but that's have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians, the two Russians, or literally the White Russians. In the context of the revolutionary, the communists were associated with the color red. They were called the Whites to contrast them with the Reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was exposed pairs the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent a monarchic figure there. Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon this label international, right? The Communist International, the Socialist International, the whole idea of communism that is organized. Russia is sacrificed, the human rights towards this idea. The various figures you can see there in Russian, Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher is Trotsky. Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is all along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red the whites will be defeated by Trotsky. How betraying Russia as well to this. And in fact, there's a fable of Russian propaganda was white Russia, was that the Jews had somehow pulled out Russia to the continent. We're going to explore that some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually do highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, focus world today is on Ukraine. This is an area that's extremely close to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of a little experiment. Third in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the notes in the back, there were several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very see the word in Yiddish, that this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief Ukraine we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here it was published by Harvard, A Prayer for the Government of Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have this one. The state, but in fact this happened. There was a translation that appeared just a little while ago in David, as well. So basically what is the present day boundary of Ukraine, that back in the eastern part of the Donbass, which still seems to be up in the air. Large concentration of Jews in the right of the western part of the country. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The agrarian, majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture, rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated and so on. With Soviet in council, but it really had a very different character. Not be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about a century, that has something close to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are you going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted the creation of a Russian Federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were to create their own country to the north, to this version of the Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energy with many observers. The dominant Jewish Ukrainian movement, which can be measured in several actions, was in favor of this actually run a government with the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian language. So here's one typical document that I will research. And it's a letter written to the Jewish community of Rabbbi, and look at as alphabet, which is similar, but there are some letters that you have that you don't. That's why they're also pronounced certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I. machine and write letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone on this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typer looked like. It's kind of a processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key, delete anything. Whatever you type once, it's actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like but 1919 was clearly the worst of them. As matter often just selling their weapon or the North tries to defend itself, but ultimately reduced offering out a series of trains moving in. Governed by law, and there was a whole opposite law that you have just many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs this was the key culpability that Bakula bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who the documentation was actually not been found. I would say the actions necessary of the titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand itself and slap on the wrist, killing a man. This has a huge degree of finally being able to stand up responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly was focused perhaps in a different direction. But it turns to the period of discussion, 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by Ukrainian troops and the enterprise in Iraq did a miserable and many Jews saw the more effective control on the violence, and so within the sport, and it is a period where the communists try desperately. So they have a really difficult now. And this is sort of like a toning down, the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War, the political establishment. Lenin, who describes a stroke, and those 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a power, which both Trotsky and Stalin and other figures of power are all, as we shall see. But for now, distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time, he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for his first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym, the Jewish, it is actually, yeah, it is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, women's section of the Communist Party, lifespan as a Jew, they would all be done by Stalin. Solidarity Mallard said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term name, Simon Niemenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, or excuse me, this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plan. Perhaps the most significant in this party is adopting anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born by his parents is irrelevant. He's one of the most notorious leading Jews in modern history. But the whole idea of religious and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. Not the adherence of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, true enemies are their classes promises to the fact that they are being upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbosniki, the godless, after the Blackman's term. And in Jewish terms, they were called simply Apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy. It would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. And the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian anti-Jewish, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate. He would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kinds of trans-value messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called korenizatsiya. This term is hard to translate into English. With koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find as a remarkable language, which was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the communist union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature, Yiddish plays, and Yiddish poetry, and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of colonization, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The punctuation points there, it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't know what to say. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So the word emet, truth, very important word in, it was the name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it, instead of Aleph, Mem, Haf, they respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced MS in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the had it even worse in some ways. As I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they're encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. That's they made the letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. It's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Ne'ilat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent at the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukraine Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalin's policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we come through the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called Bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Well, thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. In this penultimate lecture, we will look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust of Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust of Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendum, this has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims, although of course there are many other victims, Roma, for example, suffered very heavily, and people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexual, both classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, the God receives a pleasing aroma from the ova, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It's also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today, for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I. And specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting causes of that world conflagration. It's not entirely clear their sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this, understandably so. And many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic unless they control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this great style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic, the large nose and the thick lips and the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you know. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Rothschilds. And this resentment over the event really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to the rise of power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but it takes on our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my theory and open to the global community first on the Holocaust. Here's another example, Austria from Austria. It's an election campaign poster. And you can see it says, actually, it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here the use of the term, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew with the hooked nose, the thick lips. You know, it's a trope for the era. In case you're not sure, and smiling. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti records in his autobiography, My Struggles, that he wrote while he was in prison for attempting to take over the government in the Beer Hall Putsch of Munich in 1980. A majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party